Just so everyone in the room will know, we're having a little technical difficulty. That's why we haven't started at exactly 5:30. As soon as they give me the okay, we'll start. We want to make sure everyone that is at home online knows what's going on as well. While we're waiting, understand that we are in good hands. The Marines have arrived. So we're just this fine gentleman that oversees one of our.
Okay, it is now broadcasting live. That was the issue with the Granicus software.
Okay, well, good evening, everyone. At this time, we will begin the special city council meeting of the Brentwood City Council Successor Agency for January 24th, 2023 at 5:37. And could we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Councilmember Meyer.
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans.
Here.
Councilmember Pearson.
Here.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. At this time, we will begin discussion and direction on reinitiating the city's zoning code update with a more focused and phased approach to include revised preliminary project scope, preliminary project tasks, key deliverables and deliverable timelines, as well as overall budget and SB2 grant applications. And I'll turn it to staff.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. We get to share my screen tonight. So tonight, the Community Development Department is requesting City Council input and direction on reinitiating the city's zoning code update with a more focused and phased approach. We do have a number of objectives for you tonight, which we hope to accomplish, including the following. I will be presenting background information on the zoning code update and how we got to where we are now. We hope to introduce and receive direction on a revised preliminary scope, including introduction of our preliminary project tasks and deliverables. We hope to receive direction on retaining the existing contracted consultant or moving forward with a new consultant for future work. If we decide to move forward with a new consultant, we hope to receive direction on attempting to utilize or repurpose a work product of that was previously prepared for potential recovery of grant funding. We also request to receive direction on the overall budget impacts associated with the revised scope. And lastly, we hope to receive direction on revising the SB2 grant project scope if the revised project is supported. The city's current zoning ordinance is codified as Title 19 in the Municipal Code and was adopted in 1987. Individual portions of the zoning ordinance have been amended numerous times, but it has not been comprehensively updated since adoption. In 2017, the zoning ordinance update project was originally envisioned to provide a comprehensive update of the city's zoning ordinance. After that, in 2018, the city approved a strategic plan to include the zoning code update. It was then followed in 2019 by authorization of SB2 grant funding to help fund the project. And in 2020, the city adopted a CIP project to include the zoning code update, as well as a professional services agreement with Miller Planning and Associates. In 2021, the city began joint public hearings as well as virtual town hall meetings to introduce various sections of the zoning code update. As part of the initial town hall and joint study sessions, MPA, or Miller Planner Associates, known as MPA, had worked on drafting the initial documents shown here. Based on the initial scope, these were all created as entirely new documents. However, during the initial workshops, participants expressed concerns that the proposed changes to the zoning ordinance, including possible changes to the residential plan development regulations, the amount and type of changes proposed to the land use table, proposed streamlining of application processes, and finally a lack of redline version of the draft for ease of comparison. Unfortunately, it was not possible to provide a redline version of the proposed changes to the zoning code because the scope of the update was comprehensive, which made the tracking of those changes impossible. At that point, approximately $148,000 had been paid to MPA for the work done before the project was subsequently put on hold. Since 2001, staff has now revisioned the zoning code update to be scaled down in size and focused into specific tasks. Staff believes that many of the improvements to the ordinance can be accomplished at this time in a more transparent manner with an emphasis on community involvement without a comprehensive overhaul of the entire document. However, due to the need to update certain sections as quickly as possible, staff is recommending that the project be implemented with a phased approach with main tasks listed here. Our first task we have broken down into two subtasks, but both involve objective design standards. Staff is proposing to initiate a process to develop an updated and expanded set of objective design standards for residential development. An objective design standard can be defined as shown here and described further in the agenda report. A key component of several of the new legislation that has recently been passed is increased limitations on discretionary review processes, placing an increased emphasis on objective design and development standards as the primary criteria for project approval or denial. This includes legislation such as SB 35 that allows by right approval of certain housing projects, followed by more recently passed legislation, most notably SB 330, the Housing Crisis Act. In addition to AB 2011 and SB 6, which were approved in 2022, will go into effect on July 1st that may allow housing projects on site zoned for commercial uses. Task 1A, which is our interim objective design standards, is our initial phase and most time-sensitive task under discussion tonight. If given support, staff proposes to start immediately on draft interim objective design standards that may be reviewed and adopted no later than July 1st of 2023. Staff is recommending utilizing work initiated by MPA, as well as incorporating adopted standards from nearby communities. We do want to reiterate that our intent is to adopt these on an interim base only. Task 1B is to create permanent objective design standards. As part of our revised scope, staff is recommending hiring a new consultant to help with this task. This task will entail updating the city's specific plans as well as our current residential design guidelines to ensure that all current guidelines are objective in nature. We propose to use the current residential design guidelines as a starting point in order to create consistency in articulating the community's desires and ensure that new residential development respects the past while embracing the future. Staff envisions this process to include public participation and community involvement, with community outreach to begin in spring, with the final draft anticipated to be adopted by the end of 2023. The next task is Task 2, which will help identify and provide the updates required by state law on the housing element. There are currently inconsistencies between the city's current zoning code and state law which need to be rectified. Staff is proposing to do this in a transparent manner in which staff can provide a comprehensive analysis and background for all changes to be done through red lines of all code changes. Staff is proposing to start this task in the summer with completion at the end of 2023. Lastly is Task 3, which could provide focused and prioritized updates. This task would provide updates to various sections of the zoning code to better reflect the community's values. Staff envisions changes to be based on feedback from the community and city council with an emphasis on public participation and community involvement. Potential changes may include changes to permitted and conditionally permitted uses, including self-storage facilities, car washes, and gas stations. At this time, staff is requesting direction on the larger picture and overall scope of this timeline. Since this task has the potential to vary from a very small number of focus areas to a very large number of focus areas, depending on future direction, we would hope to bring Task 3 back in a few months to gain more insight into council's priorities, as well as with community outreach to gain public and community priorities. With our proposed scope laid out, we now need to go over potential funding and budget implications. Funding was originally approved as part of the capital improvement program, as shown here, with a total of $450,000 allocated towards the project. $310,000 of that came from the SB 2 grant and $140,000 came from the general fund. SB 2 grant provides funding to all eligible local governments to adopt and implement plans and processes that streamline housing approvals and accelerate housing production. The city of Brentwood is eligible for $310,000 under this grant. All SB 2 reimbursements are required to be submitted by September 30th of this year in order to be paid by the end of the year. As currently proposed, Task 1A, 1B, and elements of Task 2 would likely be eligible for reimbursement under SB 2 grant. Staff has presented before you 2 preliminary scenarios. Each of these is still higher level and may need further refinement as we get further along in the process based on many factors, including the previously discussion of how robust Task 3 may become. The main difference in each of these scenarios is whether we attempt to utilize work previously prepared by MPA. If we are able to utilize work previously prepared by MPA in our interim objective design standards, staff believes we can recover some of the previously expended funds through the SB2 grant. Under scenario 1 here, we are not utilizing any of the previously prepared work. This would put the project in a deficit and require staff to return with a CIP project amendment for additional funds to be contributed from the general fund. If council provides direction to utilize previously prepared work from MPA, staff will move forward with the tasks and put together a more formal and precise budget to confirm that no additional funds will be needed. But staff believes that the project may be able to move forward fully without additional funding. I want to thank you all for your patience tonight as we move through this proposed zoning code update scope. As we return full circle, I want to once again reiterate our objectives tonight. Staff is requesting to receive direction on the recommended revised scope, either task by task or altogether. Staff is requesting to receive direction on retaining the existing contracted consultant or moving forward with a new consultant for future work. At this time, staff is recommending that the city move forward with a new consultant. If we decide to move forward with a new consultant, we are requesting to receive direction on attempting to utilize or repurpose the work product of MPA. Staff is proposing to repurpose the existing work on the interim objective design standards in order to provide a potential cost savings under budget scenario number 2. Directly with that objective, we are requesting to receive direction on the budget implications associated with the revised scope. Lastly, we are requesting to receive direction on revising the SB2 grant project scope if revised project scope is supported. With that, staff is available for any questions. Staff has also provided, if it helps, as part of the discussion tonight, a scope summary that has each proposed task before you tonight, as well as the description, timing, staffing, and funding. And that concludes staff's report.
Are there any clarifying questions of staff this time?
Yes, can you go over with a little more detail what scope of work from MPA would be considered appropriate for moving forward?
So the majority of the MPA work was done in a comprehensive manner, and it is would not be easily utilized for task 2 and 3. But part of some of their guidelines, they did provide objective standards for the new residential development. We do feel that since we are proposing to have a new separate document, which would be our objective design standards, that would be able to be utilized into that. The MPA work that they had done would be able to utilize in the objective design standards. So it would be a whole new document, but we do feel that a lot of it could be used in that aspect.
And we have confidence in the objective standards that they're recommending?
At least as part of our interim objective design standards. We are confident that they can be utilized in that aspect. We would want to look more and see if they are more in line with our full long-term community values and goals that we want to have in our permanent design standards. But we have looked through them and believe that they are adequate for our interim design standards at this time.
And if we do end up revising them for the more permanent version of it, is that going to be an additional cost to the general fund? Or will enough of this transfer over and
I think as long as they're used in part as the interim, then we would be able to utilize the funds just across the board.
Okay, thank you.
Any further clarifying questions? Seeing none, at this time, we will open public comment. Margaret?
We'll take public comments in the council chambers, followed by Zoom public comments on items that are included on the special meeting agenda. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk on the form provided on the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand in Zoom during this item to speak under public comment. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And I'll note that no written public comments were received on this item or submitted prior to the meeting. I do have, I think, one public speaker card for this item. Danny Dorman.
Let's see. Well, When the world ends, there will be two things that survive: cockroaches and a family whose name rhymes with Reno. Damn it, that's not the one. Hold on. Three things are certain in this town: death, taxes, and Bridlegate. Oh, no, not that one either. I'm sorry, that's for later on. Here it is. Today is National Appreciation Day. In this vein, I want to thank and show my appreciation before I get into what it is we're here tonight. First, the support of artists of all sorts. In particular, Krita, my son. He's an award-winning recording artist who graduated from Heritage High. He was one of the first in the graduating class. He is a recording artist who started his career and business here in Brentwood. He has a new single out, Deal Myself, which is out on all major platforms, and I hope you all go to www.kritta.com and continue supporting this city's up-and-comer. Next, Ms. Miguel Ascension and his small business, Major League Cuts, which is here in Old Brentwood. I Care Dick Galleria, and Simon the Jeweler. I also want to thank those on the council for taking the time to listen to my concerns, both in public and private settings. I can only speak for myself, but I'm sure others are grateful too. Providing your time to your constituents show your commitment to my neighbors. And lastly, Chief Herbert, who's not here tonight, I know he's out of town, for taking the time to discuss my thoughts on our drone project. It was open and honest dialogue, and I truly do appreciate that. With my 45 seconds, I wish, because I didn't hear it, that this meeting would take into account roads and infrastructure, because all I heard was housing. And one is got to be hand in hand with the other. Specifically, as the one I always jump on, any conflicting SBs or ABs that will balance housing and infrastructure. Thank you. See you at 7.
I have no additional speaker cards for this item. I do have one speaker card from Mr. Jurisic. He's in the audience, but he was going to speak under public comment at the next meeting at 7 p.m. And I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comment and move into council discussion. Who would like to start it off?
I just want to make sure, I mean, I know that the last time this came up, I put together the grid of the before and the after, like what I saw suggested, and the density had changed a ton. Like, I just don't want there to be huge changes like that. I think we were pretty detailed in the PA1 uses. Will this go over uses also? I mean, zoning's so broad. Does this go over that detail of work?
Only as much as council wants it to. So that's what we're sort of describing under task 3.
Okay.
And so the scope of what uses we look at, we would be looking for council direction on. So we understood that council wanted a more focused update. So we would look for a list of what land uses council would like us to focus on. So we're not today proposing an overhaul of that land use table.
So I would like to be as detailed as we were on PA1. I don't know if that's a workshop because it did take a long time, but I think it was important to go through all of that. The the design guidelines, that's a big one for me, but can we get pretty detailed on that too? Like, can we make sure we all go through it? And I think you mentioned you were going to be looking at other cities and what they have. If there's any way when you're finding what you're looking at, if you share those with us beforehand, we could probably start reading them beforehand instead of inundating you the days of the meetings. Any best practices would be great, just to make sure you guys have enough time if we have feedback on them. But if, we're picky in Brentwood, we want really nice architecture. I think we saw that with the Vineyard Academy School. So we need to continue to do that. And I know there's limitations with all of the new bills, but if we could just keep our standards as high as we've always had them, that's what I would look for, and keeping our densities. And I know we've talked about the range. I still want to look at more taking away the range and putting in the midpoint. I think there's, it's something we have to keep looking at. And yeah, that's it.
I would support the detailed report too, especially considering people have reached out to ask about moratoriums. And I know that's a discussion further down the road for the final version of this, but I do think it's worth going over items by items because our residents are going to want to understand how that works. But I'm also wondering if we can get an answer to Mr. Dorman's question about why roads and infrastructure were not included in this report.
Certainly. So this is the zoning ordinance, Title 17 of the municipal code that we're discussing. So this is about land use policies. Roads and infrastructure are in different sections of the municipal code, and the general plan has its own circulation element and its own policies related to that. So those are applied to projects through a whole different section, a whole different title of the zoning code. So this is proposed to be about standards, not necessarily conditions of approval or requirements that we put on individual or specific development projects, right? This is about the broader standards that are contained in Title 17. If the council wanted to look at things like infrastructure and roads, that would be an expansion of this project. It would be a whole different section of the municipal code, and it would have to be funded outside of the grant.
And I think it was more that I just wanted there to be a public understanding of what that looks like. I don't feel the need to include that in this report at this time.
Okay.
But I do think that the more detailed line item report would be helpful. I think it's something that people would appreciate seeing. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, if not, do I have a motion on this item?
So I think you need to know, number one, if we want to use work from the previous vendor.
Yeah, perhaps if we could go
Share
just
the
to
screen.
our,
Yeah.
oh, sorry. Yes, if you could, I have it on here. If you could please share my screen.
What? Yeah. So can you put up the things that you need? Yeah, perfect. I think that's what you're doing.
Yes.
So
yeah.
I would make a motion that we use all of the work that we can from the prior vendor in this one. We also use your suggestion moving on to the new vendor. So the budget implications right now, it doesn't look like you'll need additional budget, correct, if we do that?
Correct.
And if you do, I mean, if you have to reforecast, just come back, that would be fine. And direction on revising the SB2 grant, do you need a revision on that if we're using the old?
We would, yes. We
Okay.
would need to submit a new scope of work that was attached to the grant application to the state, just to
Okay.
update that we're not doing that previous project as envisioned.
Okay, so then resubmit with the new scope of work and hopefully we get all the grant funds. So that would be a motion.
And do we need to specify anything about line items, about the focus level?
No, I don't think so. I think that's going to be part of our conversation on task 3, right? How many changes you want to make to land uses, what they look like, and how best to bring that forward to council. So we heard your comments about line by line. So we would come back and discuss what that looks like under task 3. Again, it just depends on how many sections of the code you may want to touch in terms of land uses. And we certainly can discuss how that work product and that deliverable would look at that meeting.
In that case, I will second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous and it passes. Okay, at this time, do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved?
Second?
First and a second, all in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. The January 24th, 2023 City Council Successor Agency meeting, beginning at 7 p.m. We're going to call this meeting to order, and could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza. Here. Vice Mayor Meyer.
Here?
Councilmember Orlemans.
Here.
Councilmember Pearson.
Present.
Mayor Bryant.
Here. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This time, we will open public comments. I'll turn to you, Margaret.
We'll take public comments in the council chamber, followed by Zoom comments. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk on the form provided at the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature in Zoom to speak under public comments. At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda. Items listed under presentations, informational reports are on the consent calendar. Requests for future agenda items, new requests. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting, especially related. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I received 0 written public comments on this item prior to the meeting. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the city council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, staff will follow up with you on them directly. I have 3 in-person speaker cards. I'll start with Bobby Jurisic.
Good evening, everybody. I'm really here just to say thank you to the City Council and the city staff for the formation of the new Deer Ridge LLAD. And just would like to see this thing completed here in the near future as we voted for and it passed. It's been a while, but I understand there were some complications and that's normal. But I think time is, of the essence here, and we would really like to see this completed as we voted for. So thank you guys again for getting that done. It was a really big thing, and it's great to see our city council and city staff listen to the residents and actually do things that are pain points for the residents here. So it is a valuable thing to us. We really do appreciate it, and thank you. So if we could get it wrapped up in a timely manner as we voted for, it would be greatly appreciated by us. So thank you guys.
The next speaker is Victoria Sandberg, followed by Danny Dorman.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. For those that don't know me, I'm Victoria Sandberg and I live in Deer Ridge. I was one of the residents that went to Karen Rary with the possibility of putting the street strips and entrances in our LAD when the previous golf course owners abandoned the maintenance and irrigation of those areas. So today is kind of a red letter day for me with a notice of completion and probably for our city staff too, who have been diligently managing this complex contract. So I'd like to celebrate a little and also express my deep gratitude to the council and city staff for getting us this far. Of course, we as the residents can't sign our notice of completion yet because a very important part of the project is yet to be finished. I've been assured that the entrance project will be delivered as promised, and I'm very much looking forward to that day. Thank you again, council, for your support for our neighborhood.
The next speaker is Danny Dorman.
Hello again. First, I want to congratulate council members Pearson and Orlemans for surviving the first real council meeting 2 weeks ago. Um, I think that you have a bit of a sense of the inner workings of Brentwood. And I want to say any advice that you're given, you may want to take with a grain of salt. And that even includes for me. Because unelected officials, the Chamber of Commerce, political insiders on both parties don't really have the interests of your neighbors in mind. Second, I want to again thank the chief for reaching out to me regarding the use of drones. I'm talking about current drones, not agenda item drones. But I want to be clear. I am not a defund the police advocate. I wish our officers didn't have to wear body cams. And I support the use of drones as a deterrent, not surveillance. The chief and I, as I said, we had an open and frank conversation. Opinions were given, facts were presented, and options were considered. I can't go into specifics. I'll leave that up to the chief. And I want to thank Councilmember Mendoza for arranging the meet. She also listened to my concerns and thought it was best to arrange the meet. So to two of our newest members, I hope this is an example of how to reach out to your constituents. Thank you, and best of luck tonight.
I have 5 hands raised in Zoom. I'll start with Ian Cohen. Mr. Cohen, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, so I'm speaking again on behalf of the Chinese Culture Club at Heritage High School. So here's her comment. Good evening. The Chinese Culture Club at Heritage High School would like to invite everyone to the Lunar New Year Festival that we will be hosting in downtown Brentwood in honor of the New Year to celebrate Chinese and East Asian culture. We will be having a lion dance at 9:30 a.m. So if you'd like to see something very special and authentic Chinese culture, make sure to go. Thank you. Their event is going to be from 9 in the morning to 1 p.m. on Oak Street, right in front of City Hall in the downtown library. We would like to thank the Parks and Rec Department a ton for their collaboration and letting us pull off this event. We really appreciate everything they do over there at the community center and in the City Hall floor. And I hope everyone can attend the Chinese New Year event. It will be special. And that's all for my comment. I have someone else that will be speaking on behalf of the Youth Commission. Thank you all and have a great night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana Todor. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I have 3 items I would like to address. First one is related to Innovation Center, and I am really worried of the future and the outreach that is being done in attracting a reputable developer for this special plan. As we know, this is supposed to be one of our proud moments to create local jobs, offer a very safe environment for people wearing Armani suits, hopefully, or whatever designer you prefer or they prefer. And I would like to congratulate the city on putting out the marketing video on YouTube. It got a lot of attention and rave reviews. So thank you for doing that. However, my worry comes in where we're driving by that area and we see all the homeless settlements around it. No reputable developer will build something that's a flagship type of development and building around homeless encampment. So please, please, please get that under control. Let's see what we can do. Let's get these people off the streets, offer them services, and help them get, the help they need. Also, I would like to ask the city council to give direction to the planning staff to put back on the development list the initial submissions for and applications for any commercial or housing development. It's very important to know what's coming our way. Even if it's an initial state, we want to know about it, and you probably want to know about it. And Councilmember Pearson should know this, and I'm using air quotes since she fought so hard to defeat Bluebird development. And since I mentioned Councilmember Pearson, I wanted to remind her that she's a resident who's been elected to represent residents and not a lawyer using her law knowledge and degree to sue the resident. We've heard it several times in her very first full council meeting, threatening to sue residents. Obviously, she skipped the class where they taught what's possible for a public official to do and not to do. So hopefully
The speaker's timer had expired. The next speaker is Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. I have three things. First of all, the Chinese Lunar New Year celebration is Saturday, February 4th from 9 to 1. Ian just forgot the date. So for anybody who took out their phones like me and was like, hey, I'm putting this on my calendar because this is going to be phenomenal and I can't wait to go. Saturday, February 4th from 9 to 1. Second, the field behind Pioneer, that is, eventually there will be a fire station there. This happens every year, and this year is no exception. The field gets tremendously overgrown, and then it sprouts these little yellow flowers that emit so much pollen and wreak havoc on everybody that attends Pioneer and lives in the nearby neighborhood. If there is a way we can get that mowed before the flowers pop out and just kill us with pollen, I would greatly appreciate it, as would all the residents that live adjacent to Pioneer and all the students who die from allergies because of those beautiful little yellow flowers. The last thing is, at the last meeting, there was a proclamation about human trafficking. And the question was, so what can we do as a city about it to help abate it? I would recommend that City Council actually get in touch with Antioch, specifically Council Member Monica Wilson. She has been a long time advocate against human trafficking. Years ago, she did the Red Sand Project in conjunction with Brentwood Police and Brentwood City Council, where they went out in the community and they educated all the businesses that are close to 4, both on the Brentwood side and on the Antioch side, about the signs of human trafficking. They put up posters and signs on all the windows in those businesses. And they talked to the business owners about what to do if they thought that they saw human trafficking. The important part in human trafficking is to treat the people who are being trafficked with dignity and support and get to the root of who is trafficking them, the true perpetrators of crime. So that would be my suggestion to City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rohan Tyagi. Rohan, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Rohan, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Youth Commission in Brentwood. I'm here just to update the city council and a few of the things that we've done so far. This past January, we voted for a new youth-friendly business to represent our city and our youth, and that is Willie's Bagels. And we've recognized the work that they've done to our community, and we've nominated them as our youth-friendly business of January. We also hosted the Brentwood on Ice fundraiser, as well as the craft night for children in our community in, I want to say December, and those were very successful. Furthermore, we'll have a few upcoming plans, like a multicultural rally, which is tentatively scheduled for March or April. Um, and we would also like to remind anybody who's listening that our applications will open up in a couple of months from now, and our scholarship is also coming up soon. I would also like to thank the city for hosting the 75th birthday party. It was amazing, and a lot of commissioners attended, and we thought it was very well planned, and an amazing event. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marisol Vallis. Oops. Marisol, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. I wanted to speak real quick. I'm a Deer Ridge resident, and I wanted to say pretty much what other people have said. And thank you so much to the council for taking care of Deer Ridge and listening to the residents. I wanted to kind of piggyback on that and ask if we could maybe discuss B9 so we can really understand what that means. It's in the consent calendar. And also, I was looking through the pictures that were in the agenda packet, and I noticed that some of the areas that were done with like a brick, putting down some bricks. So I just kind of wanted some information or maybe some details on how that came about. And if we could just see, I know that it said it's the completion, but does that mean it's outside of the fountain? We've been discussing the fountain. So I don't know if there's a way we could discuss B9 so that the residents of Deer Ridge understand exactly what that particular item represents and what it means. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised and no additional speaker cards.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public comment and move into informational reports from council members, committees, liaisons, and staff. This time I'll begin to my left, Councilmember Orlemans.
Good evening. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. Had a really exciting couple weeks. I was able to attend the Cal Cities Conference up in Sacramento. It was an amazing event that was put on. Very educational for me as a new council member just coming in. A lot of great classes, and we got the opportunity to learn to work together a little bit better, I think, as a group. This Saturday, I attended the Brentwood 75th birthday here at the community center. It was amazing. My granddaughter got to blow out the candles on the cupcakes for the 75th birthday. She'll never forget that, or I'll never let her anyway. It was great. Thank you to the staff for everyone for putting that on. It was amazing. The time capsule and everything was great. Getting to see the history of Brentwood come into life. Thank you.
Thank you. Since our last meeting, I had a rehearsal for my presentation at the opening session of the Cal Cities New Mayors and Council Members Conference, attended a California Alliance of Local Electeds meeting to discuss the audit of the HCD housing numbers methodology, attended the Helping One Woman fundraiser to benefit local business owner and resident Vicki Little and her struggles. Over $11,000 was raised on her behalf. Attended the conference in Sacramento that Councilmember Orlemans mentioned and moderated a session on land use as well. Attended the 75th birthday. I would agree it was a fantastic event. There was a lot of community members that were going booth to booth and learning a little bit more about our history. I had another meeting with Cal Cities to review the submission of a subunit report to address the 2023 priorities for the league, which are protect and expand investments to prevent and reduce homelessness, increase the supply and affordability of housing while retaining local decision-making, improve public safety in California communities, and safeguard essential local revenues and support fiscal sustainability. And then I had a meeting with an area agency on aging representative from the county regarding an appointment of a Brentwood resident to an open position on the Advisory Council on Aging. And that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank you, Mayor. Since the last time we met, I attended the Cal Cities Committee member orientation. I was assigned to the Housing Committee because, you know, I like housing. Represented Brentwood East Bay Division, Mixer and Lafayette. And then we elected Holly from Clayton, Councilmember Holly, I can't remember her last name, for our East Bay rep. Attended the Cal Cities Mayor and Council Members Conference along with everyone else. Attended Livable California, and that is a meeting that anyone can attend regarding land use on Saturday mornings. If you want more information, let me know. Attended the Cal Cities Speaker Series with the Cal Cities President, Ali Sajjad. Let's see, attended our Neighborhood Voices Leadership Meeting. We're looking at launching petition signature collection again in the spring. Attended an informational, and this one's really good, attended an informational update from East Bay Regional Parks. We're calling Coffee gave an update. He mentioned the John Marsh House and how it's not getting a lot of work done. And he said the one thing we can all do is send letters to our state reps. They're not getting any feedback from residents that they want that house, anything to happen to that house. And that's why they're kind of not moving forward. And also attended the event for Vicki Little. And I was appointed as a board of director for the Cal Cities Latino Caucus. So I attended that strategy meeting this weekend as well.
Councilmember Pearson.
Thank you. So I was able to attend the new mayor and council training. We were there from January 18th through January 23rd. It was an amazing time. Put on by the League of California Cities. It was nice to see our vice mayor present. She did a phenomenal job. And it was actually really nice to see our mayor, like a little celebrity in the hallways there. Nonetheless, it was nice to interact and to get to really know the people who we serve as co-council members with. Additionally, I attended the 75th birthday for our city, and I have to say that it was really, really nice. There's nothing, especially with the things we see going on in Half Moon Bay and in Monterey, it's really nice to have community building here. And so it was nice to see all the families that came out. I really want to give a thanks to our staff for putting on this event. I mean, all of our staff were so involved, from handing out the bags to presenting to our police department, to our to the fire department who showed up, and then also to all the nonprofits who were there. I saw several nonprofits, and I'm really grateful to be a resident here in the city of Brentwood.
Thank you. Since the last time we met, I had a meeting with one of our, the mayors of one of our adjoining cities regarding how we would be able to best work together to increase the value that we all present as East Contra Costa County cities to bring in economic development. I also attended the 75th birthday of the city as well. And I have to agree with what everyone else said. The city staff did such an outstanding job. I absolutely love living in our community and seeing the growing families and the growing diversity and the excitement and all of our nonprofits that really are sometimes the very first point of contact when our families have needs or emergencies. Usually one or more of those nonprofits are there helping, and it's great to be a part of a community with that involvement. I also attended the ILG workshop. The Transplan Commission, the ECRFA and BART Commission, the State Route 4 Bypass Commission. I also met with representatives from the County Fire Advisory Board, along with our city manager and Director Mickey Sabota. sorry. Regarding some fire abatement and prevention issues that we're going to be able potentially to partner with at little to no cost to the city to really bring a lot of benefit to our residents. Also, I met with attended the Cal Cities Conference in Sacramento and met with numerous residents who unanimously just wanted to let me know how excited they were about the direction of our community and the rain being stopped, and thanked me. They thanked me for stopping the rain. I don't really have that kind of authority, but or influence. But I will say that our staff and in Public Works did such an outstanding job that in the meeting with our local neighboring mayor, he asked if we were going to declare a state of emergency also. And I said, we can't because we don't have one in Brentwood because we have had good planning and we have excellent staff. So I always like it when other mayors are jealous of our great city. And with that, I have nothing further to report. At this time, we will go to item B1. And we have the privilege to issue a proclamation proclaiming February 1st to March 1st, 2023 as Black History Month. And Vice Mayor Meyer and myself are going to ask Mr. Philip Arnold to come to the podium. We'll meet you down there with your family and representatives as you choose.
Do we need to pull this item before we do this?
I took that as the mayor pulling the item.
I was going to pull that and B9, so I'll just go ahead and state those two things. Pull B1 and B9. Thank you.
It is such a privilege to live in a community that has such outstanding and influential members in it. At this time, I'm going to support our Vice Mayor as she so eloquently presents this proclamation.
Thank you. I first met Mr. Philip Arnold Jr. last year through our former police chief, Hanson, when I was supporting the efforts of the Liberty Players to hold an anti-racism and a tolerance rally that was happening in the park. And I asked him if he knew someone that would be a good panelist for this, this rally, and he suggested you. And so I called you, we spoke, and I think every time since then, every time we've spoken, I've learned something new about you, about your history, about your contributions to Brentwood and beyond. And I could honestly just sit and talk with you for hours and learn something every single time. And your list of accomplishments and accolades in Brentwood and beyond, in California and beyond, would just amaze everyone here. The things that Mr. Arnold has done to promote social justice and racial equity are beyond what anyone here could actually really understand just by the few words that he's going to be speaking. So it was kind of an obvious for us to ask you to come and receive this proclamation. I'm going to read it, and then you'll have a few minutes to speak, and then your beautiful granddaughter, Colby, will as well. Thank you for joining us, Colby. Whereas we celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans to our economic, cultural, and political development through bravery, perseverance, faith, and resolve, often in the face of prejudice and hardships. And whereas their fight for equality, representation, and respect motivates us to continue working for a more promising and peaceful future, and whereas the observance of Black History Month is a call to each and every person to reflect on the contributions of African Americans, to remember the past and learn from it so that we can build a better future for all. And whereas Black History Month is an occasion to rediscover the enduring stories of African Americans and the gifts of freedom, purpose, and the opportunity they have bestowed upon future generations like Colby.
Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize February 2023 as Black History Month and encourages residents to join us in honoring our diverse heritage and culture and continue our efforts to create a world that is more just, peaceful, and prosperous for all. Dated this 24th day of January, 2023.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Colby. As the great-grandchild of Tuskegee Airman Edwin T. Cowan, I express much gratitude being here today to not only honor and remember Black historical figures in times past, but to appreciate the Brentwood community for recognizing the significance of these people. In fact, I am a living example of the importance of these people. It was because Edwin Cowan flew, Frederick Douglass fought, Martin Luther King spoke, Harriet Tubman helped, and Rosa Parks stayed so that I could have the privileges and the opportunities I have today. With that, I live my life every day with pride for my heritage and background, and I'm excited for the people that are here to come. Thank you.
Proud grandfather, as you can tell. My wife, I must always introduce her because she's put up with me for being a husband in training for 51 years. I'm still in training. Shelley, please stand. Shelley is the daughter and granddaughter for Colby, but she's also the daughter of one of the original Tuskegee Airmen. And I've learned a lot from him, and what I wouldn't give to have another cigar and a shot of Jack Daniels with him and learn from him. I'm grateful here because when I was Colby's age 14 years ago, I watched on 14 years old. I watched on TV a young lady get escorted by the name of Ruby Bridges into school with federal marshals. And I've come across a number of different things in my lifetime that have made me better, not bitter, because bitterness will kill you from the inside out. You'll end up in the hospital. But I can remember the day that Brown versus Board of Education was passed. And it took them about 2 years to make that happen, where it actually had to go to, my mother told me, you've got to go to the white school next year. And I didn't know what that meant because I was comfortable where I was in the colored school, if you will. I got there and I was greeted with rocks, slurs, spit, punches by just a handful of kids to the point that I used to pray at night, Lord, let me wake up white tomorrow so this nightmare will be over. But God had a plan for me, and several years later, he made me very big. And my bullies turned to buddies because I found out I could take out my rage and anger on the football field, and they would cheer me for doing it. So that was an outlet. But I've had a blessed life to be in a lot of different places. I'm a veteran. I'm a proud veteran. I'm a product of the National Security Agency, where I was a Russian interpreter, monitored Soviet Air Force communications with a top secret cryptographic code word clearance out of the Middle East across the Black Sea. And you can't tell a book by its cover, and you wouldn't know that. But I'm going to get to the point right now was that going into my senior year in high school, the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham was bombed. And I kept asking myself, Daddy, can they do that? And he said, yes, and they will. And we still see that today for reasons we don't understand. But I am so grateful. I am grateful to be here. This ribbon that you see here represents the African American Uplift Program of NAMI, National Alliance on Mental Illness, which is where I spend my time. And I'm hoping at some point in time we will have an African American cultural center, a holistic wellness center, so some of the history that has shaped our country can be revealed. I was told colored boys don't go to college. Find something to do with your hands, and all I could do I was thinking about doing with my counselor was choking him. But that wasn't the things to do with the hands that he had in mind. But I am just grateful. I'm going to introduce Kobe's mom. Andrea, stand up. I'm going to put you on the spot. See, she married into the family, and I am grateful for that. She is one of my best buddies to talk about a lot of different things. I'm so very proud to be an American. I'm proud to be an African American. And again, my journey, I'm happy to say I'm probably the only one here that's older than the city of Brentwood, but, but that's okay. I'm grateful to you both. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor. I appreciate your warm hospitality and your comforting thoughts. Thank you.
Can I make a motion to adopt all of the items not pulled from the consent calendar? 'Cause I think
Yes, actually, if we could pull item B9
yes. B1 and B9 were
and
pulled, right?
B1, okay.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like, since B1 has already been concluded, if you want to put that as part of your motion, you could have that voted on at the same time. So B1 through however many are on the consent calendar, excluding B9.
Yeah, so motion to adopt consent calendar, all items less B9.
Exactly.
Okay, we
Second.
have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Okay, and we'll move to item B9. Who pulled it first?
Me.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay. We have been receiving comments tonight about this item. A few of us have probably received phone calls as well. I think the concern here is still that the notice of completion can be a bit confusing because the project we know is not complete without the fountain. And that's been confusing. It's been something that residents have been concerned about. We have had some expression of concern about the standards. And so I think what I would like to hear is just another review of what is going to happen when there's this project being accepted as completed, but there will be another completion of the project down the road. I want the public to understand how that works. I've also heard some reports about plants that were dying or dead. And so I want to make sure that if that has happened and we've noticed it, maybe we've done something about that. I'd like to hear that progress. And I think just some clarification on the previous landscaping contract versus the new, what the change is going to look like, if there's going to be an additional charge, that kind of thing. Just kind of an overview about all of those concerns we've been hearing about. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Forgive me, this is new again. It's been how many years since we've been in here? So I sound funny now. Regardless, thank you and good evening. Excellent questions. And if you think it was easy writing the staff report for this item, it was challenging to say the least. Yes, absolutely. This item tonight is the acceptance of 13 of the 14 sites in this project that were performed by Clean Cut Landscape. So the primary focus of tonight's action item is Clean Cut Landscape and a notice of completion that they've completed their contractual obligation. Their contractual obligation was the 13 of the 14 sites. Once we removed the 14th site, which happens to be Site 1. I'll get to all that in a minute here. But I just want to get this, so what we're doing tonight is asking for acceptance of those 13 sites so that we can file a notice of completion and ultimately be able to pay Clean Cut Landscape the retainage and or final payment for this contract. I might add, just to, while I'm thinking about the caller that asked about the pavers, 5 of these 13 sites that are being accepted did not have a viable water availability. So those sites, instead of leaving them soil or leaving them with soil with bark on top and potentially having a weed problem, it was decided to put pavers in those areas. So it's very low maintenance and a solid ground cover as opposed to loose material where we would be fighting weeds. Excuse me. So again, 13 sites get accepted. Site 1, which is the entry, we had a lengthy and very complex process with getting the land officially turned over to the city. So there was 2 property owners we were working with. Turned out to be a much lengthier process than we had anticipated, and it actually went, it just happened middle of December, so it went over 2 months past the actual end of working days for Clean Cut. So instead of keeping Clean Cut on the hook, it was decided by both parties we need to just pull Site 1 out because at the time had absolutely no idea when they would actually be transferred over to the city officially. So regardless, that's happened now. But in the meantime, we pulled Site 1 as well as listening to residents throughout the process that eventually grew happy with the landscape strips, understanding that minimal strips, 4-foot wide strips, hard to work with, started accepting the grassy theme that the landscape architect designed, but wanted staff to put more interest into the front entrance area and actually enhance that even more so than the approved set of plans. So that's what we're working on now, and that's what the council can expect to see in the February meeting is when we bring back a full plan with an absolute upgraded landscape enhancement plan to include everything that was promised from the beginning. Nothing's changed from the fountain, the lighting, and the landscape will all be part of the landscape improvement plan for Site 1. Did I capture everything?
Yeah, that was a good explanation. Thank you. Can you confirm the standards of the landscaping and the pavers and whether that meets?
Yes, absolutely. The landscape standards. So we have two types of standards. We have our landscape maintenance standards. Parks live those on a daily basis. So that's what the park landscape maintenance contractors are living by and what park maintenance supervisors are preaching to the landscape contractors. So we have our landscape maintenance standards. We also have the construction standards or the engineering standards. So essentially each project has engineering standards that go with that project. Every single, I'll say construction project has a set of plans, whether that's landscape plans or construction plans. And within that plan set is included all of the standards that are associated with that project. This Deer Ridge Landscape's no difference. There's a set of landscape plans, a set of construction plans that have the standards, which would be type of material to use. I don't know, the engineering can talk to these standards a lot better than I could, but regardless, it's the material to be used that meets city standards, which is all commercial grade not your standard over-the-counter type products. So regardless, each construction plan has these standards included in them. So Deer Ridge had just that. So there's a set of standards for the construction piece. Once the project's complete, or I should say, during construction, the city has inspectors that are inspecting each project as it's moving along to inspect and make sure the contractors are following the standards on the plans. Once accepted, for us, and in this case, that's when the landscape maintenance standards come into play, excuse me, for the 90-day maintenance period. So again, two sets of standards, and in this case, the landscape construction plans were followed and inspected on a daily basis throughout the project. Once complete, and we just actually ended that 90-day maintenance period today. So assuming this action goes through, the city will take over the maintenance of these areas tomorrow. The current construction company of Clean Cut are still under a 1-year warranty on all plant material. So anything that has died or will die is gonna fall under Clean Cut. In addition, our landscape maintenance contracts require our contractors to do the same. Plant health is within our contracts for each of our landscape maintenance contractors to be responsible for plant health. So any plant that, so we're kind of covered twice here. So any plant that dies under, say, TerraCare, who is our primary contractor, any plant that dies under their watch, they're responsible to replace unless they can prove it was city's responsibility. So plant material is definitely covered, and anything that has died will be replaced as soon as possible.
Okay, and thank you for that. And the fountain timeline, I realize it's coming back to us in February to discuss, but everything at this point, the funds are going to transfer over to the new contractor. The timeline will be...
Good. So this Clean Cut contract is officially ended. Once this is approved, then that money that's remaining will be tied to the fountain, the lighting, and the enhanced landscape design to take, which is happening as we speak. We've already spoken with BKF engineer who works with Gates and Associates as their landscape architect, are currently working on a redesign for the landscape piece of the front. So the design piece is happening as we speak. As soon as we have a viable conceptual, we can enlist the construction piece of it.
Okay, thank you. Did anyone else have questions about this?
Well, I think I'm feeling the same way I felt with the Creekside bathroom. When it comes to these pavers, I think that I wouldn't want that outside my house. Sites 4, 7, 8, 9, and 14. And I don't know how I don't like it. I wouldn't want that in front of my house. I've never seen us approve a new development with that kind of paver outside their house. And it just doesn't, do we have landscaping standards? So when we get a development, would we ever approve anything like that?
That's exactly the problem with this project. It's totally unprecedented. We've never done such a thing. These areas we took over were never city responsibility or property when they were constructed as these 5 sites. Like I had mentioned, there's no water source to them. So to get water to even water any plant material, it's not there.
Was there any other option? I mean, this looks really bad. I mean, it is like, it's just bad. Was there any other option that was presented?
Bark, which would be a weed problem. Cobble, which then you would have...
But they're paying for it in their LLAD, right? So like weeds would be covered by what they're paying for in their taxes, right?
No, absolutely. The pavers were included in the original set of plans that were approved a long time ago and have been out there for everybody to view. So it should not come as a surprise that the pavers were installed.
I guess to me, it just came as a surprise of how it looks. I don't know. I think that, I mean, and that's shame on us if we saw it and we thought it was okay, but I think in the future, we probably shouldn't look at something to install something in front of someone's house that looks like this.
And with all due respect, none of those sites are directly in front of a house.
But they're in neighborhoods, right?
End of a court, and I know what They're in the neighborhood, yes, but not
Yeah.
directly in front of a house.
Yeah, but I mean, I've gotten calls about it, like, these are awful. I mean, we've been getting calls. I mean, I think they even came to council before about how awful they look. So, I mean, I know there's nothing we can do at this point. I just hope that, I mean, we need to make sure we don't have things that look like this. And it just takes me back to that Creekside bathroom, and the first one we were gonna do looked similar, like in quality to this. I think we want higher standards in our town. That's all I'm saying, is like, maybe next time we can work at having something that looks nicer, and maybe just have a little meeting with the residents and show them the materials, kind of like when you do your house, right? Like, these are the materials, this is what it's gonna look like, and maybe that way it won't come as much of a surprise as it is coming right when I saw the pictures.
Understood.
Thank you.
So I do have a question. I think you potentially answered that, and thank you for your presentation tonight. I don't have so much as a problem with the pavers. I like them. I have a problem with the concrete and the discoloration between the concrete on some of the photos. One looks gray, then right next to it on the same block, it looks tan, and then one looks white. So it is off-putting. It's a stark difference, and I know we can't match concrete one for one, but it's nowhere near close. That's one of my apprehensions about the look. But more importantly, I think that Victoria Sandberg asked a question earlier about the completion of the entrance, and I know that Vice Mayor asked the same question. Once the completion is done, I think it would be really nice for us to get that information, or we get an expected completion date, so that the residents have an idea when it's going to be completed, something that we can potentially post on our website or send that information out.
Absolutely, and that's why we had expected to come back in February and have a full schedule, explanation of what's coming and whatnot. And in the pictures defense, I actually took those pictures during one of our rain events a couple weeks ago, so the colors are going to be a little off, but I totally get what you're saying on the concrete.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
There are no further questions of staff. Do we have a motion on item B9?
I'll make a motion to approve item B9.
I second that motion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
before we move on to the public hearing, if we could have, request the city clerk read the titles of the two ordinances that the council approved in the consent calendar. Now that we don't do the roll call vote anymore, we sometimes miss that, and I didn't pick up on it until after you started this presentation you just heard. So we can have the titles read of both ordinances. I think it's B11 and B12. Then the council can just revote on the consent calendar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Margaret. Thank you.
The ordinance for item B11, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood repealing and replacing section 17.100.005 of the Brentwood Municipal Code regarding accessory and junior accessory dwelling units and determining the ordinance to be exempt from CEQA. The ordinance for B12, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood amending section 2.48.020 of the Brentwood Municipal Code pertaining to the appointment process for arts commissioners.
Thank you. This time we'll move into item C1. I'm sorry. We'll get the hang of being in person again here really quickly. Do I have a motion? We have the motion and a second.
You have the motion and a second. It's just the vote, Mr. Mayor.
A vote.
Thank you.
We need to take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you. All right, I think I'm back on stride here. Item C1, an application for a 2-year time extension for a vesting tentative subdivision map and design review, as well as consideration of an agreement regarding emergency medical and fire protection service funding. And I'll turn it to staff.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. If we could please share my screen. The application before you tonight is for consideration of a 2-year time extension for both the vesting tentative subdivision map 942 and design review application 17002. In addition, it is also for approval of an agreement between the applicant and the city regarding an emergency medical and fire protection service funding known as CFD, or the Fire CFD, for the Cal Ranch project. Though the Vineyards at Marsh Creek development has a long entitlement history, the entitlements for the Cal Ranch project, which is subject of the requested extensions tonight here shown in the star, to the lower portion of the screen, were reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission and City Council 4 years ago in the summer of 2018 and have only been extended at one prior time in 2020. The current application is to subdivide the Cal Ranch site to create 140 active adult duet residential units, a clubhouse, street improvements, and 10.6 acres of public open space. The applicant has shown that they are diligently working towards finalizing their map and obtaining improvement plans. To date, permits have been issued and construction has started to bring water and utilities to the site. The applicant has submitted their third submittal for improvement plans, and based on the applicant's estimate, they should be able to complete all requirements by early 2024 in order to finalize and record their map. On October 18th, 2022, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on the subject application. At the hearing, the commission received public comments and held discussion, and based on the questions and discussion at the meeting, the applicant voluntarily agreed to annex the project into the most current fire CFD district. Without concluding the hearing, the Planning Commission continued the item to December 6th in order for staff to provide clarification on the status of the project's affordable housing obligations, which has been outlined in the agenda report tonight. On December 6th, the Planning Commission reopened the public hearing, and after hearing public comments and holding discussion, the Commission voted 4-0 to approve the project, contingent on the applicant and the city entering into an agreement to annex the project into the most current CFD to be reviewed and approved concurrently with the extension request, which has been brought forth before you tonight. Based on the applicant's request, which has been included as part of the agenda report, the applicant has indicated that they have had overcome significant delays to the project based on unique circumstances. Staff has reviewed all associated documents and find that the applicant has vested rights to request the extension of the vesting tentative map and design review, and that they did submit the time extension prior to expiration date of the vesting tentative map and design review approval, and that they have shown that they have diligently worked towards a final map. In addition, there have been no changes to the project site or plans that would necessitate any additional conditions on the project, and the project continues to meet all code requirements. With that, staff is recommending that the City Council adopt the resolutions approving a 2-year time extension for both vesting tentative subdivision map 9452 and design review 17002, and an agreement between the applicant and the city regarding the emergency medical and fire protection service funding with a modification to one section on packet page 184. Staff is recommending a minor amendment to the annexation agreement to include a clarification in the agreement recital section 4 for further approvals to specify that the final map complies with all subdivision map act provisions and local ordinances applicable at the time of vesting tentative map was approved. Copies of that updated agreement have been placed on your dais for consideration before you tonight. And with that, that concludes staff's report. Staff is available for any questions, and then the applicant is also available here tonight.
Are there any clarification questions of staff regarding this item? Okay, seeing none. At this time, I will now open the public hearing, and we'll open public comments. Margaret?
We'll take public comments in the council chambers, followed by Zoom. On this agenda item, we'll start with the applicant, who will be given 10 minutes. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk on the form provided on the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand in Zoom during this item to speak under public comment. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. No written public comments on this item were submitted prior to the meeting. And if the applicant's available, I'll set the timer to 10 minutes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Earl Callison. I'm with Brentwood Commercial Partners. My comments tonight will be very brief, as the staff report thoroughly and accurately reflects the history, challenges, and progress made with the processing of the Cal Ranch project and the vesting tentative map. We've worked with staff to address and resolve issues and requests from the public and the Planning Commission after 2 public Planning Commission hearings, including our voluntary agreement to annex the property into the current Fire District CFD. The project conforms with the city's general plan and has met the affordable housing requirement. We concur with the recommendation of staff and the unanimous recommendation of the Planning Commission to extend the vesting tentative map for 2 years. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of the applicant at this time? Okay, seeing none, turn it back to you, Margaret.
You just reset the timer. I have no speaker cards for the chambers. I do have 2 hands raised in Zoom. And I'll start with Danny Dorman, followed by Cynthiana Todor. Mr. Dorman, go ahead.
Great. Thank excuse me. Um, let me start with something that was just said about the applicant putting the paperwork in on time. That is not accurate. Now, it was late one day, but it was late. So for staff to give a comment that appears that they did what they were supposed to do, they being um, the developer, that is not accurate. Secondly, this may be their first extension, but the question I raise is, why should their problems be our problems? Their problem in 2020 was a dispute with their engineer. That's their problem. They didn't arrange anything with Shea vis-a-vis the water, gas, and all that stuff. That's their problem. Everything that they've come up with, and I'm talking about the planning meeting before, those were all their problems. It wasn't anything the city did. It wasn't anything, the closest in 2020 in regards to act of God would have been COVID, but that hadn't even started yet. It wasn't a problem in 2020. So, and then the usual suspects, COVID and supply chain. I'm so sorry. COVID and supply chain. You know, how many times are developers going to pull that rabbit out of the hat? Now, I know people are thinking, well, if we give them the continuance, then we won't have to worry about density. To which I say, it's either all density or no density. I am not a fan of density. I am not. That being said, if the rules apply, that density has to be enacted, and it's for all those nice reasons, helping the homeless, giving our cops and firefighters a chance to move in, all those things that everyone keeps pushing for the need for density, then let it fall into density. How many times are we going to give O'Hara and Lone Tree and other areas, they have to do density? Oh, but no, in the affluent area, no. Let's give them the continuance so that we don't have to worry about it. And to which I say, even if you do, I'm going to stop them from coming back in.
The speaker's timer had expired. The next speaker is Cynthiana Todor. Cynthiana, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that. My screens were just a little jumbled here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. I really appreciate it. And by now, you probably all know that my stance on extension is a big no. The reasons are vary from demographic reason, environmental reasons. We don't really know how Brentwood's gonna look 2 years from now. So if this developer or builder is really set on delivering on this project and they're very serious about it, they can put in a new application with the same parameters and go through the normal process. Also, I just heard entitlement. We gave this several years ago to people who built a lot of neighborhoods around Brentwood for senior citizens without putting in sidewalks. That's a real safety issue for me. I walked those neighborhoods. I would not be comfortable living in there. I'm not really sure, like 100% sure how this plan looks like. And most likely it will be no sidewalks again because it will maximize the number of units they can fit in. So another aspect is the circumstances or challenges mentioned in the letter requesting the extension are no fault of the city and not our residents' problems. If there's always challenges, we face them on our daily lives. But we're not going to city council and say, listen, I lost my job, you need to pay for my mortgage, or allow me to do whatever I want because I lost my job. So again, all I hear is entitlement. And again, if you allow and say yes to discontinuance, you should have some restrictions or requirements or any kind of terms that will be applicable according to our policies at the time they break ground for this development. Our municipal code supports that. And I was I was not surprised of the arrogance of the applicant during the planning meeting, mentioning that, oh, you can't give us any more restrictions or conditions for approval.
The speaker's timer had expired. I have no additional hands raised and no speaker cards.
Okay, at this time, we will close public comments. And do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Okay, we have a first.
Second.
Second. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed? It's unanimous. At this time, I will open council discussion. Is there any discussion on this item?
Yeah. I think it's not a secret that I'm a proponent of affordable housing. We as a state have an issue with affordable housing. The governor says it, our legislators say it, but we really do nothing to address it. And we keep building middle income, high income homes. We know that one of the demographics that's affected most by housing inaffordability are seniors. We're seeing seniors actually become homeless at a higher rate. So I'm glad that you opted into the CFDs, but I would also like to see you opt into the affordable housing. I think our new requirement that we have enacted. I understand that you paid in lieu fees. I don't see why the city can't pay those back from our affordable housing fund. And then also I sent our attorney today, our municipal code 17.810.010, effective action, section D, which states a development agreement shall not prevent the city in subsequent actions applicable to the property from applying new rules, regulations, and policies. So I'm fine with approving this if you partake in our affordable housing, and thank you for already agreeing to the CFDs. But right now, I think it's important to have affordable housing as part of this development.
I would very definitely agree about the affordable housing issue, especially when it comes to seniors. I have asked the question, and I haven't received an answer yet about the difference between the in lieu fees then versus what they would be currently, and the applicable numbers for the affordable housing percentage then versus now. So there's a difference there, and I mentioned it during our meeting and hoped for an answer about that. Like currently, the affordable housing in lieu fee that was paid what would that mean in numbers today? And what would be the overage? If I'm explaining that well. During the meeting, you seemed to understand what I was saying.
So are you asking like, what was the allocation then per house, how much we'd have to give back?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
so versus
Trust the
today.
numbers, girl.
Today with that, well, today
Yeah.
we would be asking for the homes and then refunding the in lieu fees that they had paid before.
Mm-hmm.
We did not prepare that answer. One of the issues we need to look at is when it was approved and what the affordable housing obligation at the time was and what that value would be today. I think it was at the 2%, but it might have been at the 10% at the time, but I'm not recalling offhand.
Can you look up the total number of houses, the 1.6 million, what the per house was, or did it vary depending on sub neighborhood?
Through the mayor, the $1.6 million, as I understand it, was negotiated as part of the larger development agreement that was negotiated as part of the larger development project, not just the Cowell Ranch piece. So I'll defer to planning on this item, but that number was negotiated long before this particular map was approved. Jennifer or Alexis, if you want to weigh in on the timing of those two things, it might shed a little light.
But regardless of the timing, I don't see why we couldn't just back into an allocation based on total units, and then spread the 1.6 million across it. And I'm understanding you're saying it was $1.6 million for the entire project, but you can do an allocation simply. I don't think it would be that hard to figure out what the appropriate is per unit.
So the city has in lieu fees in the current cap, right, in the current fee schedule. I'm not sure there's two different amounts in the development agreement for the two different projects. I don't know, I'm not familiar with how those were calculated in the development agreement, but it would have been separate and apart from a 2% or a 10% or a 13%. The in lieu fees are based on the number of units. So I don't know, so we could just do the math and 140 units, what that would have totaled out to in that development agreement. But I can look up the current fee and we can figure out the delta. I'm not sure what the purpose of that is. Is it to just determine what the difference is if they had paid that fee today?
Well, I think our current code doesn't allow for anything, no in lieu fees over 9 units, correct?
Not anymore.
Yeah, so we couldn't even have a delta because our code doesn't allow for it.
Right. So I'm not sure what the purpose of the exercise is other than to what they might have paid.
It's more about the numbers than about the actual fee. Trying to get an understanding of what it would have looked like to do the numbers today and how that translates then versus now. Because I'm trying to figure out, like, if we could have done this, if we could have done the numbers instead, affordable housing now versus the in lieu fees, which is of course what we're all leaning towards to bump our affordable housing numbers, how could that have translated? How could we make that work? What would it look like in today's numbers?
Well, that I don't know. That's sort of an economic exercise and what the value of that money then is today, because the current code does not allow projects of this size to pay in lieu fees.
Mm-hmm.
You either build them or you don't meet the requirements of the ordinance today.
Right.
I think I understand Vice Mayor Meyer is, Susan, no, Vice Mayor, a comparative analysis, whether we could do it or not, it just helps us to, I think helps to see what the difference in the 13% versus the amount that was paid then. I do have additional questions though. One of my questions would be first is, it's a 3-pronged question. How often do we get applications for extensions? How many applications for extensions are denied by the city? And what are usually the rationales for the denial specifically to this application that we would have?
I can't tell you the exact number of requests we get for extensions. I can look that up. I don't have that available to me tonight. It's fairly regular, a few a year, whether it's a use permit expiring or a map that needs an extension. Half a dozen a year, but I can look that up. I just don't have that information at my fingertips. I am not aware of any vesting tentative map extension application that's been denied at the city. So I'm not aware of any findings that would have been made for denial.
The third part of your question, was that, yeah.
I was like looking back at my notes. And for this denial, would the findings, what type of findings would we have to deny if we normally don't make denials? What would be the rationale for denial of this specific application?
Sure, and I can let Katie weigh in on that. That's actually spelled out in the municipal code and the subdivision map act.
So when considering an extension, we look at the underlying approval and if the project still meets all of the criteria on which you approved the map originally. And so you would be going back to those criteria and finding that it somehow does not meet those criteria anymore. This is a discretionary action on the part of the council, but you would need factual findings that were supported by substantial evidence in order to back up a decision of that sort.
And does the applicant still meet the criteria?
I'll defer to staff on that.
Yes, nothing has changed in the nature of the tentative map. It's consistent with the map that was approved. There's been no changes proposed to the project that's been previously approved by council. It's simply an extension of the existing approved map.
And I think this was spelled out in the agenda package, but I just want to make sure that we're clear. The date expiration was August 28th, 2022. California Civil Code, correct me if I'm wrong, and our municipal code, but Civil Code specifically 12A and 12B do allow, if the date falls on a weekend date, that the next weekday, so the applicant was not late.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
In the information that we were given regarding this item from the state, now, Councilmember Mendoza did raise a point I would like some clarification on regarding our ordinances in our abilities to look and relook at this application versus what the state declares currently that we are or are not able to do regarding changes, future expectations. It's my understanding that it's a request for voluntary compliance, but is there, aside from voluntary compliance, are there any things that we can do as a city compared to what the state has stated regarding that?
Sure. So there are a couple of different laws that apply to this request, and its long history can confuse some issues. So there's a development agreement that was in place for many years and has now expired. So Councilmember Mendoza had noted that part of our municipal code includes provisions whereby actions pertaining to projects covered by development agreements can be modified at future dates. We're not talking about modifying the development agreement at this point. It has expired. What they are asking for is an extension to their vesting tentative map and their design review. Under California state law and our local subdivision ordinance, a vesting tentative map locks in the rules and regulations that were in place at the time the application was deemed complete, if that map is approved. If you are going to make changes later on, those changes in conjunction with a request for an extension, those changes are really limited to conditions that would involve the extension itself. So applying a new affordable housing requirement, for example, does not appear to be related to the extension itself. The whole idea of a vesting tentative map is to freeze the rules that were in place at the time the application came in. So that has now been many years since. Does that answer your question?
It does. Can I try a layman's version of that?
Please.
When it was a vested tentative map, when that was vested, however many years ago it was, those rules at a state level, those changes at a state level were locked into the compliance of the state and city conversations and back and forth at that time. So all the rules, regulations, and changes, anything that was approved then was locked in at that time whenever it was agreed. And unless they request some changes to that, we have to find some very clear and specific reasons to not allow the extension as far as the state is concerned.
So, and one quick question, but why couldn't we update the development agreement with the affordable housing if it says we can? Why can't we do it concurrently?
A couple of reasons. One, the development agreement has expired. So it is dead. It is no longer governing the project. The applicant hasn't requested that it be revived. The city isn't in a position to request that it be revived. So that's not a vehicle or a tool that's useful for this project at this point. It is now essentially wiped out. In terms of the mayor's question, yes, the vesting tentative map locks in the rules and regulations that were in place at the time the application was deemed complete. If the applicant wanted to request a change to the map, that may allow, some further discussion, but they're not requesting a change to the map. They're just requesting an extension of its life. They want more time to complete it before they come back in with a final map.
I have an additional question. So just for clarity, 17.810.01 does not apply because it expired. But I do have a question about Cal Gov Code after I dug in deeper after our meeting this morning, and then later on, Cal Gov Code 66452.6G. I wanted to make sure in granting an extension, new conditions may be imposed with the existing being revised. And I wanted to know how that applies to these current conditions.
So I believe this is the topic that Director Morris and I were talking about earlier. So there are two different types of tentative maps. There are your garden variety tentative maps, to which new conditions can be applied later. And then there are vesting tentative maps, and vesting tentative maps lock the applicant into the rules and regulations that were in place at the time the map application was deemed complete. This that you're considering tonight is a vesting tentative map. So it doesn't lend itself to new conditions being added in the same way that a regular tentative map. And I know the nomenclature is not all that helpful, but that's the difference between the two.
And that code section applies to the regular tentative map and not the vesting tentative map.
So we can add conditions to regular tentative maps, but not vesting tentative maps.
Thank you for the clarity. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay, and sorry, but again, I'm not a lawyer, so I have questions. So if we don't have a development agreement, then what do we have? Like, what are they going to build? Don't we always have an agreement?
Yeah, so development agreements are actually fairly rare in Brentwood. So most of the development applications we get are just for a map, design review, and whatever post-entitlement permits they need. And I should defer to Director Morris on this, but she could give you better
Did have a
idea.
development agreement?
It did as part of negotiations from roughly 20 years ago, but she'll have more information.
It's weird. So why would that be okay to do away with? But so certain parts are okay, but certain parts are not okay.
Yeah, no, none of this is straightforward. So, development agreements are a contract and they have a term and they can be extended or they can expire. So the development agreement was extended once, I believe, and then expired. And it was not requested to be renewed or modified in any way. The project has conditions of approval and a resolution of approval that still apply to the project regardless of the development agreement. The development agreement is a tool that cities and developers often use to specify phasing, payments of infrastructure, reimbursement, extending lives of maps for large projects. That tool is not in place in this project any longer because as the contract expired, it no longer regulates the project. The project still has to comply with those conditions of approval, and that's what, in the design review and the tentative map, and that's what those projects will be compared to. So when this final map is being plan checked by the engineering division, they're checking those conditions of approval. When the production homes and the models come in, they will be plan checked according to those design review conditions of approval. So some projects have development agreements, many don't. This one expired, so it's no longer relevant to any of the project going forward, any of the requirements on the project going forward. Does that help?
It helps. It's just confusing. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it's weird. Like, this expires and that's okay, then this one got to expiration date, and this one holds these powers, and this one holds those powers. It's just frustrating because we need affordable housing. So, I mean, that's what I want. And it's just sad that we're not taking care of our seniors the way we should be, and that this development is ginormous, and it got away with $1.6 million and not providing not one single house of affordable housing.
So I understand the frustration because these projects can be built years after they were approved. Many of these really large subdivisions are built in phases. You can only build so many houses a year, right? You can't build 300 or 400 houses in one calendar year most of the time. So they're kind of frozen in amber from when they were approved versus when people start to become aware of them and realize that they're real projects. If people aren't watching all these meetings all the time, which we wish they would. So I understand the frustration because the city went through a very public process to increase the affordable housing obligations on future projects last year and made it very clear, the council made very clear that affordable housing is a priority for this community. But there are projects that predate those requirements. And because of state law, which are very protective of developers' rights and vested rights and that sort of thing, are very deferential to that, it's not easy. And in most cases, we can't say, well, this was approved 5 or 6 years ago, for example, but we want you to meet these requirements that we've just placed on new projects. We just don't have the flexibility under state law to do that. And it can be really frustrating because times change and people want projects to reflect their current values, but the state has vested those rights at a different time.
I think I would just like to add, as far as the frustration goes, that the state laws around housing are trumping anything else we can possibly plan in our city. And for them to have such a big talk about affordable housing and the crisis that we're in the state for this, and then to not allow us the flexibility of trying to up that standard, it's mind-blowing to me because it has been such a huge thing with all of the housing laws approved by the governor. And for him and legislators to allow for some flexibility in motion over here, but just talk about affordable housing here. Let's not actually give the cities the ability to have some impact in this way. They can trump all of our ordinances. They can trump everything we decide to do when it comes to housing. But when we try to do what they're saying we need to do when it comes to affordable, that just doesn't have any priority. It is very frustrating. And again, we do appreciate the CFDs, the voluntary CFDs. That does help. But that part of it is very definitely frustrating.
Is it possible for me to speak to you in private with a legal question? How does that work if I have a legal advice question and I don't want to ask for it out here?
Generally, we try to take care of those before the meeting.
Oh, I didn't think about it.
Yeah. So with the council's indulgence, we could consider a 5-minute recess. It's really up to the council.
I think so, yeah.
Is the council okay with that? Okay, then we will
Thank you.
recess for 5 minutes. So at this time, we will reconvene the city council meeting. And Councilmember Mendoza did have the floor when we.
No, I'm good.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Let me reawaken my computer here. Okay. Well, at this time, are there any further, is there any further?
You know, we haven't asked you, would you consider doing any affordable housing units for the community? And, figuring out the math behind the per unit that you paid, and would you consider doing anything? And I know you probably don't want to do the 13%, but is there anything that you'd be willing to do?
We feel strongly that the payment we made many, many years ago fully mitigates the affordable housing requirement for the project. And it's
And I
about
get
as
that,
simple
but
as
what if we paid you that money back?
we would prefer to continue to go as our vested rights exist right now.
Is there any further council discussion regarding this item? If not, do I have a motion regarding this item? Well, I will make the motion on behalf of the recommendation as detailed in the staff report. I move that we adopt a resolution extending the tentative map for 2 years. All in favor, aye?
Wait, you need a second.
I'm sorry, yes. Do I have a second? I rarely make.
I'll second it.
We have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
All opposed?
No?
Okay. The item moves. We will move into, and I do have a request of council. Seeing that we have,
2 more motions, right? Mayor,
yes.
2 more motions to make. on
Oh, thank you.
this
I'm
agenda.
sorry. Thank you.
The design review and then
Okay,
the CFD.
Thank you. As detailed in the staff report, I move that we adopt a resolution extending the design review for 2 years. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
No?
Okay. And as detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving an agreement with the applicant regarding annexing the project into the fire CFD and authorizing the city manager to sign it. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Mayor? I'm so sorry to interrupt the vote. If I might remind you, staff had placed a slightly revised version of that CFD annexation agreement on the dais for your consideration tonight. For the public's participation, this is on packet page 184, and it relates to paragraph 4 of the agreement. It is simply adding a clause to make clear that the applicant will continue to need to comply with the Subdivision Map Act and our local subdivision ordinance in order to receive a final map. This is already the law, it's declaratory of existing law, but we're adding that language just in an abundance of transparency. So if you might consider that for your motion, and if the seconder would consider that for their support, staff would appreciate it.
My motion includes the change in the ordinance. The word.
As does my second.
In that agreement, thank you.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that is unanimous. Okay, the item moves. So with the indulgence of council, we have an item D2, that has the Brentwood Union School District staff here. And if council would be willing to hear it before item D1 to assist them in their timely returning to their homes or work, that would be wonderful. So at this time, we will go, thank you, to item D2, a resolution regarding a ground lease and memorandum of understanding between the city and the Brentwood Union School District for the Bristow Middle School Theater. I'll turn it to staff.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. This item relates to the construction of the Bristow Middle School Theater that is now constructed as part of the Bristow Middle School campus and recreation amenities, which is located next to Summerwood Park. It has long been agreed upon between the city and the district that this site and a portion of the park, just about 1 acre, would be needed to build the theater. It has also been mutually agreed upon that the city and the district will enjoy joint use of facilities, as well as continue to explore a land swap to determine like property to replace the parkland. Since this land swap will take some time to develop, as the school district does not currently have property to exchange, a long-term lease and joint use MOU will provide the framework and joint use arrangements. This 40-year ground lease agreement is a requirement for the school district as it relates to the state facilities funding and needs to be in place prior to occupancy of the facility. The 40-year lease allows for use of the theater on city property while the parties negotiate a long-term land swap. The lease does state that if the agreements are not executed within a 5-year timeframe, the school district will begin making payments to the city of $5,000 per month for occupying a facility on city land. In the meantime, the city will enjoy joint use of the newly constructed theater, as well as additional recreation amenities, including all of the recreation facilities associated with the Brentwood campus, including the track, the ball fields, the basketball courts, which will also give an opportunity to function as pickleball courts, as well as the full-size soccer field at Brentwood Elementary. These additional amenities will benefit the entire community, and the Parks and Recreation Master Plan Needs Assessment identified specific needs, including more cultural arts opportunities, more basketball courts, more sports fields, and more pickleball courts. And this joint use arrangement checks all of these boxes and is a win-win for the city and the school by opening up more facilities for public use. It is the staff recommendation that the city approve the lease and the MOU, allowing the school district to move forward with occupancy, and which will allow the city to enjoy these additional recreation facilities through joint use. So this concludes my summary, and we also have Robin Schmidt here with the school district, who can talk in perspective of the school and would like to do a little presentation to show us what the theater looks like. And then I am available for questions after the presentation as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for the time tonight. A couple of things. Number one is really a thanks to the Brentwood voters who in 2016 passed Measure B. And one of those items in Measure B was to bring all of our theaters up to equality and our middle schools up to equality. So we appreciate that. This is one of those projects that's coming to completion after many, many years. And just as a reminder, Bruce remembers, I think we started the conversations about this project in 2018. And as you know, many projects take lots of time. And it's actually with a lot of appreciation on my behalf, who has been sort of the lead on this, as well as some of my construction crew, and working with the staff, your staff and legal team, and making sure that we work through and jump through all the hoops that are required and meet all the requirements as timely as they are. In front of you tonight, excuse me, that you can see on the screen is, this is what it looked like really June 2 summers ago. As you can all remember what that park looked like. And today we have essentially completed construction for the Emil J. Geddes Theater, which we dedicated on Thursday evening on behalf of Emil. It's not occupied yet. We still need to get the documents ready. It's ready for occupancy, but until we have the documents in place, which we have to have on file with the state, we can't take occupancy. And we appreciate the city working with us timely to get this done, especially the legal team that's, I think, has been working extra hours to get it all done on our behalf. Just another, these are technically the doors that open to the public parking right there, right off of Minnesota Avenue. Sort of a look from the sky a couple of months ago as they were just finishing up construction, get a view of sort of what the theater looks like and some park space still behind. The theater provides a full-size band classroom, which is about a third size bigger than currently available on campus. If you remember, Mr. Morello has quite a sizable band, so this will allow us to actually fit the kids in there and do the work he needs. A full-size drama classroom, and actually a stage that actually is technically 3 learning rooms. What you can see on there is there's 2 sections, both right behind the curtain on the stage and between the seats out in the area that we have partitions that close off, and we can open that up into 3 teaching. And those back theater seats actually telescope back up to the wall. So we can have PE in there, drama in there, and actually 3 different learning groups working in the theater area, not counting the 2 classrooms. So we actually see it as 5 learning spaces. But from a community standpoint, it's also lots of space available to do some things. And, you know, Bruce and I walked it, and he has the same idea as this place is going to be used almost every weekend with the types of things it can do because it's accessible to the parking. We have a full-size gym that's really close and some covered eating area. So we foresee sort of working through the things that we want to do for the benefits of the citizens and the children of Brentwood. Really quickly, just the band classroom that's almost complete, and the drama classroom with the black floor, and we have green rooms, the dressing rooms. This is a view from the stage, just over 300 seats. Some of you were there the other night for the dedication and got to see that, so we're really excited about that. And a view from the top of seats and a full-size stage. Again, this theater is essentially the same size as the theater at Edna Hill. And Adams, we've added some seating last summer, so we have the full seating at Adams now as well. And be glad to answer any questions, just to get, again, appreciation for the work that the staff's put in with us to get this done.
I do have a question of either you, Robin, or Bruce. There were some land usage discrepancy numbers. Could you make a clarification as to the difference between what actually is happening versus the original numbers that were put in the report?
Yes, I can make that. So in the original report, and a lot of the conversations between the school district and the city, a lot of that included the parking lot, which is adjacent to the gymnasium, which is actually part of the park. So if you included that park as part of the full acres for the land swap, it was 1.79 acres. What was landed on is 0.95 acres, which is more or less the footprint of the theater, as well as a little bit of a parking area. And that is what was determined with the school district for the 40-year land swap. So the documents will actually reflect 0.95 acres as for this land 40-year lease.
And not the 1.75.
Instead of the 1.79. Yes.
Great, thank you. I don't have any further questions. Is there anyone else that has questions of staff?
Can you please clarify where the land swap would come from? Or could come from, for that
The
matter?
particular space with the school district has not particularly been identified. Robin, I don't know if you can elaborate on that.
So I know that you're aware as city council of issues that you have within city council that you'd like to do things, but you're sort of held back because other things need to happen. So we do have a 13th school property that we'll actually be breaking ground on here pretty soon. And we have requirements with the state of California to complete that project before we can have any conversations about what we do with that land in any other way, in any formal way. So yeah, I'd love to sit up here and say, yeah, we've done it, but we can't until we jump through 4 or 5 other hoops, which might take, based on the experts at the state level 4 to 5 years, which puts the other timeline in perspective.
We understand hoops more than most, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Well, if there are no further questions of staff, thank you, Rob, for the presentation, and Bruce.
Thank you.
This time we will open public comments.
We'll take public comments in the council chambers, followed by Zoom. On this agenda item, if you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk on the form provided at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand in Zoom to speak under public comment. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. And we received no written public comments on this item prior to the meeting. I have no hands raised or no speaker cards in person. I do have one hand raised in Zoom, and I will go ahead and unmute Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, City Council. I was very fortunate to get chosen to sit on the Measure B Citizens Oversight Committee. So it was with great interest and lots of excitement that we actually saw this project go from drawings to breaking land to seeing the different phases. Robin does such a great job of putting together the presentations and also detailing out how every penny is spent. And I assure you, every penny was spent absolutely the way it should have been, which was wonderful to have that accountability. I also want to let you know that the Bristow Drama Club will be presenting Aladdin in the new theater Thursday, February 2nd at 6 p.m., Friday, February 3rd at 6 p.m., and Saturday, February 4th at 2 p.m. So if you contact the school, you can get tickets for the ridiculously low price of $8 each. I highly recommend you all go and see this amazing production and support the new theater and Bristow Middle School. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comments, move into council discussion.
I think it's fantastic. I think it says a lot about our community because I don't think they've ever said no to a school bond, have they? I don't know. I don't think that they have, but they've said no to even fire bonds. So it says a lot about our community and the value we put on our children and our education. So thank you for all of the hard work. It looks amazing.
As a mother of a former Bristow student who was interested in theater, we're a little too late, but I'm really very excited that our students moving forward will have this ability to have that kind of expression in their lives. So thank you for all the hard work on this.
I agree. I'm really excited. It looks phenomenal. And I'm all about our youth. So I think that this is great that we have this as for our community and for our students. And I think, on the 4th, it'd be nice to go to from the Lunar New Year event to the Aladdin on the 4th. So one stops at 1, another starts at 2.
Having raised 4 of my kids here in Brentwood schools, I truly appreciate all the effort and all the work that's gone into making that a wonderful experience for all of them and for the families as a whole. We all participate in that school system with them, and the Brentwood school system has always done an amazing job supporting the families and the kids. Thank you.
This is very, very exciting. The opportunity for the wonderful music teacher, Mr. Moreno, to have enough room for his prodigy students. They have often performed in community events and all of the drama classes over there. We all think our kids are the most brilliant, most wonderful, brightest, and then you show up to events that they put on and they prove that to be true. And so I'm very, very excited about this. Is there a motion on this item?
As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving the ground lease and memorandum of understanding with Brentwood Union School District and authorizing the city manager to sign it.
I second that motion.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
May I
Aye.
ask for clarification?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I can never let you just vote. Would the maker of the motion and the seconder of the motion consider amending it to allow staff to make the correction as to the correct acreage and to remove references to the parking lot from the ground lease so that it's accurate?
Yes, please make the correction.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. Item moves. Now we will go back to item D1. Resolution amending the 2022-23 operating budget, approving the addition of one new full-time position, and approving or authorizing the purchase of the unmanned aircraft systems. And I'll turn it to staff.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. The city adopts a 2-year operating budget, and we are currently midway through the first year of the budget cycle. Tonight, I will be presenting the proposed budget amendments for fiscal year 22-23, along with an updated 2-year general fund budget projection, an update to the 10-year general fund fiscal model, a review of our enterprise and other funds, and I'll conclude with fiscal issues that we're monitoring along with next steps in the budgeting process. I will start with the general fund, which provides funding for many services to the public, including police, street maintenance, and parks. The general fund is also the primary source of discretionary funding for the city council. When the budget was adopted in June, the general fund had a projected 2-year surplus of $3.3 million. And this surplus was primarily comprised of estimated revenue of $3.2 million from the planned sale of city properties. The general fund was projected to have a break-even result without the sale of these surplus properties. We've completed our mid-year review, and our updated general fund projections are summarized on this slide. We are projecting an additional $2.1 million in revenue over the 2 years, along with an additional $2.2 million in expenses, resulting in a slight reduction to a $3.2 million surplus, which includes the sale of the city properties. Although the net change is small, there are significant changes to both revenue and expenses. Projected revenues are expected to increase about $2.1 million over the 2 years, and development revenue is expected to be about $1.2 million less than budget. This shortfall was caused by developers pulling a large number of permits just before the end of last fiscal year. And you may recall that last year's general fund surplus was this same $1.2 million. Property taxes came in higher than expected following the July 2022 assessed valuation from the county. We now expect about an additional $450,000 per year over the next 2 years. And I would like to note that property tax revenue lags economic activity by at least a year. And the current housing market slowdown will not impact our revenues prior to 24-25, which is part of the next budget cycle. Current sales tax projections indicate we will see approximately $350,000 per year above our initial budget. This does not include any sales tax from a potential new major retailer, although revenue is reflected in the 10-year general fund fiscal model starting in 24-25. Investment income is expected to exceed our 22-23 budget by about $400,000 and another estimated $600,000 in 23-24. The Federal Reserve's quest to tame inflation has given us the opportunity to earn additional return on general fund cash and investments, which are now yielding over 4%. Finally, various other revenue sources, as detailed in the staff report, have been adjusted based on year-to-date actual receipts and provide a net additional $700,000 of the 2 years. In summary, over the 2-year period, we have increased revenue estimates by $2.1 million. Expenditures over the 2-year budget period are expected to exceed our initial projections by about $2.2 million. Although cost increases in fuel and utility budgets were factored into the budget adopted in June, fuel and PG&E costs escalated more than anticipated, resulting in a proposed cost increase of about $300,000 each fiscal year. Parks and Recreation costs are expected to be about $283,000 higher in 22-23 due to increased part-time staff levels and contractual services and supplies for recreation programming. When considering the impact of these increased costs on 23-24, the total two-year increase is $600,000. These expenditure increases are partially offset by some program revenue. The City Council has approved the budget amendments totaling about $291,000 between the budget adoption in June and today. The two-year cost of these council-approved additions to the budget is about $400,000. Our general fund projection includes a factor for anticipated budget savings, both from personnel vacancies and from the city's history of not spending all the available supplies and services budgets. While we believe that the city may still achieve the original savings estimate if inflation cools, until we see strong evidence that's occurring, we need to conservatively reduce our anticipated savings estimate by about $800,000 over the 2 years. This change does not require a budget amendment, as it is only an estimate of budgetary savings we are projecting. Finally, all other expenses are expected to come in under budget by about $200,000. To summarize, the two-year general fund surplus was projected to be $3.3 million at the adoption in June and is now conservatively projected to be $3.2 million. The 10-year general fund fiscal model takes the two-year budget as the starting point, and then using hundreds of variables and current economic data forms a 10-year projection of general fund revenues, expenses, and reserves. The city prepares a 10-year fiscal model to look at the long-term impacts of proposed budget changes and to ensure a sustainable financial future. The city's financial structure and commitments will change over time, and we need to make sure that we are prepared for those changes before they arrive. It is important to understand that the fiscal model provides an overview of the general financial direction the city is heading towards. The fiscal model can never give precise future results. It identifies longer-term trends and potential financial challenges so that course corrections can be made well in advance of potential financial problems becoming a reality. The fiscal model, like the operating budget, is also conservative by design. Our results are usually more positive than initial projections, giving us a margin of safety during more challenging economic times. When results have exceeded projections in the past, funds have been utilized to pay down our unfunded obligations or contributed towards priority projects. It's important to understand the assumptions being used in producing the fiscal model, and you can see a fairly comprehensive list on this slide, and I'd just like to highlight a few of them. Included in the model, we have things like short-term higher inflation, resulting in operational and labor cost pressures, future operating costs for the Sand Creek Sports Complex and Vineyards Amphitheater, an estimated sales tax from a potential new major retailer starting in 24-25. A couple of items not in the model, which could improve our outlook, include potential revenue from a new hotel or other development at the Innovation Center at Brentwood, and potential community development revenue increases from a fee structure and cost recovery update. One of the largest factors currently impacting the fiscal model is the negative investment return performance by CalPERS in the prior fiscal year. CalPERS missed its annual return target by 14%, and to make up for the shortfall will require gradually increasing payments between fiscal year 24-25 and 28-29. As you can see on this chart, this will result in an additional $2 million a year in general fund spending commitments. I would like to take a moment, though, to recognize the council for their continued commitment to paying down the city's unfunded obligation. Without those prepayments, our projected pension costs would be approximately $1.5 million per year higher than shown on this graph. Essentially, the costs would be off the chart at this point. The city's entire retiree medical funding requirements are on a similar trajectory, and we should see expenditure pressures ease in the early 2030s and then fall off in the years after. This chart illustrates a summary of the annual results of the updated fiscal model. The balance of the general fund 30% reserve is shown in blue, and the budget stabilization fund balance in green. The budget stabilization fund plays a key role in balancing the city's long-term forecast. The fund was established from prior year's general fund savings with the plan that it be drawn down over time to offset rising pension and retiree medical costs. You can see in this chart that the 30% reserve grows steadily over the 10-year period due to rising expenses from about $21 million to $29 million. The model predicts that the budget stabilization balance will peak in 24-25 and then be drawn down over the next 7 years as annual expenses exceed revenues by approximately $900,000 per year. This drawdown is most significant during the time when CalPERS increases the city's contribution requirements through 27-28, and then stabilizes in the last couple of years. At the end of the forecast, about $3.7 million would remain in the budget stabilization fund. Now we will transition to a discussion of the 22-23 budget request for enterprise and other funds. The city provides residents with solid waste, water, and wastewater services. The charges for these services, along with the costs, are accounted for in individual enterprise funds. These funds are self-supporting and do not receive any general fund support. The rates charged for these services are established by 5-year rate studies, and the current rate studies will expire at the end of this fiscal year. And staff is currently working on new 5-year studies that will be presented for consideration by the council this spring. First, the solid waste enterprise is requesting a new full-time driver beginning this March to assist with covering the additional routes related to homes and businesses that have come online in the past few years. Next, we have a decrease of $1.6 million in budgeted revenues for the Water Enterprise Fund. The 22-23 budget was set at the beginning of the 2-year budget cycle in February of 22 and based primarily on the 2021 usage, which included increases from work-from-home populations. However, later in 21-22, usage, including water consumption, decreased as residents began conservation efforts in response to historic drought conditions and then returned to work. Additionally, a net increase in the water enterprise expenditure budget in the amount of $300,000 is being proposed. And the primary driver of the increase are costs charged by Contra Costa Water District for the operation of the Brentwood water treatment plant. Finally, an increase in the expense budget in the wastewater enterprise of $200,000 is being proposed to account for higher than anticipated utility costs. Including all of the proposed amendments, all 3 enterprise funds are still projected to maintain a goal of 30% cash reserve at year end. Now we'll discuss proposed budget amendments to other funds. City policy requires 50% of any year-end general fund surplus to be used to pay down unfunded pension or retiree medical obligations. Following last year's surplus, $600,000 was used for this purpose, and a budget amendment is being proposed tonight for non-general fund sources to pay their fair share of this paydown. The Capital Infrastructure Fund is restricted for non-residential development infrastructure projects with a focus on economic development. The prior strategic plan included funding from the Capital Infrastructure Fund to support the economic development, incentive, policy, and programs. At the end of last fiscal year, $1,360,000 of the allocated funding for this initiative was unspent. Staff is requesting the restoration of these unspent funds. Economic development staff is requesting these funds to allow the city to remain competitive as they work with developers to attract new employers to the Innovation Center and other sites. Finally, there are also minor increases and decreases from budgets in other funds as detailed in the staff report. As a part of tonight's action, the police department is seeking authorization to purchase 7 unmanned aircraft systems from the lowest bidder to comply with updated FAA regulations going into effect in September of 23. This purchase would be made with grant funds and no budget amendment is required. In addition, as detailed in the staff report, the police department is proposing reclassification of a community service officer 2 to a senior community service officer to assist the problem property sergeant in addressing homeless and homeless encampment issues. Before concluding, I would like to cover the economic and regulatory issues that may have an outsized impact on our future budgets. Although there are signs that inflationary pressures are cooling, persistently high inflation will lead to higher city operational and labor costs. These upward pressure on costs could have real impacts on the city's longer-term financial outlook, as the city has very little control over revenue increases. Inflationary pressures are also bringing uncertainty in the economic forecast, as higher interest rates have a cooling effect on the housing market and also on consumer demand. There is a real possibility that the Fed's actions could result in a future recession if a soft landing cannot be achieved. While year-to-date CalPERS results are moderately encouraging, there is a risk that CalPERS could once again miss their targeted rate of return and add additional pressure on future budgets. Finally, the state continues to pass regulatory requirements without accompanying necessary funding. Costs for compliance, such as solid waste organics processing and mandating electric vehicle fleets, are among the many regulations that could add significant infrastructure and ongoing costs to city operations. Wrapping up with next steps, the next financial item to come to you will be the updated 5-year enterprise rate studies, which is anticipated for spring of this year. The annual Capital Improvement Program public workshop will be held in April. A month later, after incorporating council direction, the Capital Improvement Program will be presented for consideration of adoption in May. And finally, the midterm budget update will be presented in June with a revised general fund projection and proposed budget amendments for fiscal year 23-24. This concludes my presentation, and we're available to answer any questions that you may have.
I have a question about the economic development, 1.36 million. What kind of line items would you use that? What can the account, what can it be used for?
Yes, so as we're talking with possible users and developers for the Innovation Center and for other spots throughout, but specifically for the Innovation Center, we have talked with developers, and the first question they ask is, what type of incentives can the city provide? The City Council does have a policy as it relates to an incentive policy that was adopted a couple of years ago, but mainly what we'd be looking for is how can we use these funds to put in some of the infrastructure and offsites that would be needed to see development. The Innovation Center, as you know, is just vacant land. And the city has invested well over $25 million in infrastructure for extension of Sand Creek, water and sewer under 4. There's a variety of things, but it's currently not ready. It's not shovel ready. And there's a variety of improvements. So what I see it being used for is for infrastructure. Any type of incentive over $100,000 is required to come back to the City Council for consideration and approval. And so my assumption is that we will be back before you, hopefully sooner than later, with a developer or an end user in tow to talk about an incentive package for a development project.
Thank you. I think that's great because next door is full of, we want this, we want that. So this 1.36 million will help you bring the we want this, we want that. So thank you for that. And then on the enterprise funds, you were talking about the increases in the solid waste, the water waste, the garbage, like all that stuff. That doesn't come out of the general fund. We get charged more for all of that, correct?
Yes, all of those cost estimates will be rolled into the 5-year rate studies that are being prepared. So any of those impacts would then roll forward, be presented to you in the spring as part of a discussion of the next 5 years rates.
Okay, and we got an open headcount kind of report the other day. All of these numbers include all of those vacancies right now and the cost savings from having vacancies?
Yes, we build that into the original estimate. And then as I stated, we've kind of gotten a little bit more conservative with that because of the inflationary pressures that we're seeing. But yes, those vacancy savings are wrapped up in that savings percentage.
Okay, great. And my last question on the property sale, the LMC Tech Center
Yes.
one? Is that done yet, or what's the status on that? Because I know we sold it, but we were waiting and,
So have been working the last few days, staff of a variety of departments, and we will be closing January 31st on that project. The buyer is actually signing their documents hopefully tomorrow, and then those documents come to the city for a signature, and then we'll close on January 31st.
that's super exciting. I'm so happy about that. So thank you. Those are all my questions.
Any further questions of staff?
On page 218, per the staff report, the fiscal model does not include the potential financial support needed from the general fund for the affordable housing program once developer funds are exhausted. Can you expand on that, please?
So I think that in the projection in about 7 to 8 years, there are costs of running the affordable housing program that are currently being utilizing some of the affordable in lieu fees, and we've kind of discussed that before. This model does not include the cost shifting to the general fund yet, but that would be pretty far out in the model, like year 7, 8, that kind of thing.
Thank you.
If there are no further, are there further questions of staff? Clarifying questions? Okay. At this time, we'll open public comment. Margaret?
We'll take public comment in the council chambers, followed by Zoom comments. On this agenda item, if you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk on the form provided on the counter at the back of the chambers. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand in Zoom during this item to speak under public comment. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. No written comments were submitted on this item prior to the meeting, and I see no hands raised in Zoom, and I have no speaker cards.
Okay, at this time, we'll close public comments. Are there any council discussions regarding the continuance? And if not, do I have a motion?
I just have a question.
Yes.
Do you have a question? Oh, no. Sorry, I forgot to ask one question. The water, do we still have any outstanding utility payments that, like, how far are people in arrears there?
So I have what I think is really excellent news and really a tribute to not only the public works staff, but also our utility billing staff, that our peak past due balances, because we were under that order not to be able to shut people off, was $1.7 million above normal. We are now down to $300,000 above normal. A lot of that was not only efforts on collections, but also our utility billing staff seeking and providing grant and seeking out grant funds that came into the city and were applied to accounts directly. That's without customers requesting. And then also referring customers when those funds were fully exhausted to programs that will allow individuals to apply for monies in arrear. So we thought that would be a tremendous problem rolling forward. $300,000 is still, quite a bit of money, but in terms of the scale, I think, it's just a testament to the staff, the utility billing staff on the phone with people, and also Public Works who have to do door hanging and shut-offs and turn-ons, and they've just been working really, really hard, a lot of hours on this, and so I thank you for asking that, because I really want to give credit to staff for the work they've done.
Yeah, thank you, because it's probably the people that needed it the most. So thank you so much for spending that time on something that probably isn't normal business. I mean, I'm sure it went a long way for all of the residents who needed the help. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say that a lot of times when we don't think about the ones that are needing it the most, that help from the city very clearly put food on tables that wouldn't have been there, fuel in vehicles that wouldn't have been there. So thank you so much. It makes a big difference. Okay, if there's no more council discussion, do I have a motion on this item?
I would like to motion, as detailed in the staff report, adopt a resolution amending the operating budget, approving the addition of a new position, and approving the purchase of the 7 unmanned aircraft systems.
Okay, we have a first,
And I'll second that.
second, all in favor, aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we'll move into item D3. Discussion and possible direction and clarification, if any, of the City of Brentwood strategic plan initiatives for fiscal year 2022-23 through fiscal year 2023-24. I'll turn to staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item before you tonight is to give you an opportunity to get an update on all of the strategic plan initiatives that we've been working on as you had envisioned and given direction to us starting back in November of 2021. Those initiatives were then analyzed and assessed for their people, time, and money impacts and worked into our operating and capital improvement program budgets in the spring of 2022. These all started effectively July 1st of 2022, and we've been making progress on them and want to provide you an update and answer any questions that you may have, as well as receive any additional direction or clarification about any of these projects. And a couple we'd like to brag about that we've finally accomplished some, and get an update to the community as well through this update. So what we can do is I can share my screen and we can have the staff who have those initiatives give you a 1-minute update, or if you'd like to just go directly to questions you have about them, we can certainly start there. So whatever the council would like to do.
I like if they could go through them, I think, and brag and also.
Okay, perfect. So with focus area 1, focusing on public works, there are 2 major projects with a bunch of sub-projects. I'll turn it over to Mickey to give a brief update on each one and its status.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Got nothing to brag about, sorry. So high level, though, we've got our focus on transportation and the water, wastewater, and solid waste services. Under transportation, there's a lot of focus on the Innovation Center infrastructure. So that design for a lot of the Innovation Center infrastructure, the extension of Jeffrey Way, the utilities from Empire, a lot of those plans are completed. We're still stalled in negotiations with the landowner and acquiring easements to allow us to actually do the construction. We did pursue various grant funding for Brentwood Boulevard along that corridor. There was a Clean California grant. There was a CDBG grant that we looked at. There's a couple other grants. We haven't been successful in obtaining grants for the Brentwood Boulevard corridor, but that's not stopping us from continuing to try to seek out additional grant funding. The sound study, this project is for constructing or demolishing and reconstructing about a 200-foot segment of sound wall along the Balfour off-ramp at State Route 4. Those plans are almost completed. We plan to go out to bid in the next month or so and bring that back to council for approval. And then between police and public works, we've been taking a lot of steps at trying to resolve various issues in the parking garage. And I think that's one of the projects to obtain additional clarity. There's a lot of challenge with the parking garage related to garbage and graffiti and cars spinning donuts and people throwing stuff off the parking garage. And we've taken incremental steps to address a lot of those between PD and ourselves. And we can go into those in detail if you'd like. But just high level, we have been taking incremental steps to address the concerns related to the parking garage. On the next section, related to my favorite subject, the organics management is a multi-year project. We do have an MOU with Energia that council approved. Thank you for that. And so we are working with Energia to look at the feasibility of our garbage juicer project. So that'll be very exciting. We do have a consultant looking at expanding our water treatment for the build out of the city. That's a long-term project. We're looking at 5-6 years minimum before that project comes to fruition. And then obviously the rate studies, we do have a consultant on board, and as was previously mentioned, we do plan to come to council this spring in a workshop format to present the results of that study. So that concludes my portion. I'd be happy to answer any specific questions.
I have a question about the Innovation Center and trying to get land. At what point do you just decide to do eminent domain? Like, I mean, this has been going on a long time, right?
It's been going on for a while. I
We
would
could have done that by now, right?
I defer to council to provide additional direction to that. I continually contact the landowner, and we continually massage, and it's really the interest of developers too. So a lot of developers are working with the landowner. So there's leverage in the fact that for the properties to develop, interested developers know about this. So there's different ways to leverage allowing this to happen. I'm not a big fan of going to the eminent domain process. It's very adversarial. I like looking for win-win solutions. But again, that being said, it's at the pleasure of council.
Yeah, so, but like, from an economic development point of view, does it matter how long do you wait before people are like, forget it, you guys are never gonna get this done?
And that would be a decision for the council. When you're done waiting, just recognizing, and I'm speaking generally, eminent domain typically costs more and takes longer. But we have been attempting to acquire the easements and right-of-ways for many years. So that could be future discussion for sure about how we want to approach that, if differently than waiting any longer.
Okay, because I did have a conversation with Antioch about what they had to do. So I think we might need to look at other options.
Tim, can I add one, or Mr. Mayor, can I add one addition? If we hear that it is inhibiting the future development of the Innovation Center, then I think at that time we would then approach the council and let you know of the situation that we're in. And then the council, through the legal counsel, could decide if you need to take it to the next step. But currently, it's not inhibiting any of the projects. But if that would change, we'd be back to the council.
Okay, thank you.
I would say we did have one retail prospect that is now going into an adjacent city instead. It did create a real repercussion. So that's unfortunate. And then Mick, if you wouldn't mind just elaborating on 1A, I think the Sand Creek Road extension might fall under that, and give a little update on what's coming maybe tomorrow.
Absolutely. So the Sand Creek Road extension is one of many high priority projects. Those plans have been finalized. I believe they were posted to go out to bid this evening. So we're really excited about that. Those plans are out to bid. We expect to open bids towards the end of February and then bring that back to council for approval shortly thereafter.
Yay. Very exciting.
Could I ask just a couple quick questions?
Sure.
I've got several questions about the sound wall. I'm not necessarily understanding. I have a couple questions that people have addressed, and maybe we can get some resolution to them now. How many residents will be affected or benefit from the tearing down and then rebuilding of the sound wall?
The sound wall is approximately 200 feet in length. The project is to raise the sound wall about 3 feet. It'll directly impact or potentially benefit up to 2 houses.
I'm sorry, how many?
2.
Okay. And will the wall improve the sound issues, and how? How much?
So this was through a lengthy process. We hired a sound consultant to do an analysis along the entire Highway 4 corridor. And according to the sound consultant, raising the wall about 3 feet would reduce the decibels about 3 decibels. And 3 decibels is at the threshold of human perception.
And that's in the backyard or in the house?
That would be in the backyard.
Okay. And how much is the city budgeted already for this project?
There is $600,000 budgeted for this project. To date, we've spent approximately $60,000 to $70,000 on civil and structural consultants.
And then the planning part of that, or the entire plan of putting it together, isn't done yet?
It's nearly completed. The construction documents are almost 100% completed.
Okay.
We plan to go out to bid on that project probably in the next month or so.
Do we anticipate to be able to stay in that $600,000 budget?
That is a very good question. It's a very good question. It's hard for me to say. The latest engineer estimate from late last fall basically says that 600,000, it may be close. We may need to raise it a little bit. But again, a lot's happening in the economy right now. You know, if you were to ask me 8 months ago, I would think that 600,000 was definitely low. With rising interest rates and with a reduction in housing construction, it may be a better bidding climate, but we're still seeing challenges in supply chain and other issues. So I don't have a very clear crystal ball on that, unfortunately. I mean, we'll see. We have a lot of projects going out to bid this year, so we'll see in spring and summer of this year.
Okay, and moving forward and asking for this to go out for bid is going to incur more costs above that $60,000 we've already spent
Yes.
for the benefit of 2 homes.
Yes.
Maybe I'm confused. I watched the video. I watched the video from November 16th of 2021, and I was confused then, and I'm equally as confused now.
I'm not confused because I feel like our city let that neighborhood down. That wall should have never been built like that from the beginning. So it's righting a wrong that we did.
But we're considering it, you're using the term neighborhood, and we're talking about 2 houses within that neighborhood.
Yeah, and I mean, every person in this town is important. And if I feel like we as a city made a mistake, that's why I voted for it. We made a mistake. That wall should have been higher. It should have never dipped down. I don't know why it got approved. So that's why I felt like it should happen.
I have a follow-up question, if I may. One of the questions that I have, I also reviewed the video, looked back at some of the information that was in the agenda item from that time. Isn't it correct that Caltrans will be repaving that area? And if so, how many decibels will the repavement provide?
Caltrans does have a plan to repave Highway 4. I believe it's going to happen in a couple years. If you look at the asphalt, especially the portion south of Balfour, it's pretty beat up, and they do plan to repave it and put in rubberized asphalt. The order of magnitude for decibel reductions for placing rubberized asphalt instead of broken asphalt is on the order of a couple decibels.
Okay. I also have concerns like Councilman Orlemans. One of my concerns is we just heard when we talked about item D1, paying down the city's obligation to CalPERS, and that we're looking to source $450K from the general fund, but you know, with the 27, 28-year CalPERS increase, and looking at that we're potentially already budgeted $600K, spent $60K, and may spend a lot more. I do agree that all residents are important, but I think I look at the totality of circumstances as to the greater good. And we do have a substantial obligation that we do need to pay to CalPERS. That makes this amount of money being spent very, very concerning.
To be clear, there were residents outside of that neighborhood that advocated for this neighborhood being taken care of as well. It wasn't just 2 residents saying we need this money to do this work. And it was well beyond 1 meeting as well. There's been public comment and advocacy on this issue specifically for a very long time. But I also don't know that I think it's fair to make any decisions about this without publicly noticing that people would need to make public comment on it. If there was a decision to be made about it, I feel like the public should be aware that there could be, I mean, this was kind of, I don't want to say buried, it wasn't buried, but it's part of a larger discussion, and I don't believe that public comment would be the same if it were its own item.
I don't think that I'm looking for necessarily this to be voted on tonight or changed tonight. I just don't think I could sit where I am, listen to this, and not bring up that I'm concerned about it. Then I would be hiding and keeping from the public my concerns about this project and my concerns about this item. I want to be extremely upfront as to what I'm looking for and what I'm advocating for. I 100% agree and have never, hopefully never given anybody the impression every single citizen in the city of Brentwood matters. But we have to be fiscally responsible and make sure that we're spending the money for the betterment of the entire city, not just necessarily a very small portion. And then what does that open up? Should we spend that kind of money for other sound walls in other neighborhoods or other projects that are going to feel, people are going to feel are very important to them?
I have to agree with that comment and say that D1 just specifically says explore. I mean, the whole purpose is for us to look at the strategic plan and see if we want to make any type of recommendations to staff. And I don't think at this point, it literally just says explore the state route for sound study, including the increasing the raising. So this is exploration. I don't think we need to remove it. And I don't think that's the request that I'm hearing from Councilman Orlemans, nor is that mine. But I think it is important and imperative that that we do have the opportunity in our discussions on the strategic plan to talk about the issues for which there are issues that are being raised, and to look at also the alternatives. So
Noted.
Mickey, I do have a question regarding the parking garage. Those are some pretty significant concerns. I'm down here a lot in the evenings and night. I walk around downtown a lot, and anywhere downtown, you get the dulcet sounds of burned rubber from the top of the parking garage, as well as other activities that go on there. And I really have some serious concerns about the liability that the city has and could be facing should someone be very injured or worse because of that. And so I know we've talked about this for a long time. Do we have any more clarification as to what might be effective?
Absolutely. And I'll let Captain Short chime in as well, but I can speak on behalf of the concerns related to public works. So the issue with the parking garage stems from what exactly are we trying to solve? There are many concerns out of the parking garage. One of the largest complaints we hear about is just overall cleanliness and trash and broken glass. And we've stepped up. I do want to step back and say one thing. However bad the parking garage looks, trust me, it's actually a whole lot worse. It's a whole lot worse than what you see and what the public sees. And that's because since we became aware of all the issues, and I'll take trash as an example, we've stepped up. Every day, our streets crews are in that parking garage cleaning trash. Every single day. Every month, our crews are in there and we blow out all the dust and the leaves and the debris. As needed, we have a contractor that comes in and power washes, I'll say the biohazards that are left in the parking garage. Our crews are in there abating graffiti. We're dealing with theft of the fire extinguishers. We go in twice a month, give or take, to sweep. We have a contractor that specially sweeps out the entire garage. 2 or 3 times a year, we actually clean that garage top to bottom with a power washer. So we clean that garage as much as we can in response to at least the issues that Public Works can address. Now, I believe your concerns are mostly safety related. I do want to make one other note related to cars spinning donuts, if that's the issue. So we have placed some yellow rumble strips along the top floors. We've placed some delineators. We've actually seen those work in action, looking at some video of cars trying to do donuts around them, and they end up not succeeding very well. So we know that some of those are effective. We plan to install more of those in the coming months. But I'll let Captain Schroer chime in if there's any other safety-related or police-related improvements done lately.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Yeah, this, as you probably know, as we're talking about tonight, is kind of an ongoing struggle to monitor that public parking garage. And it's one area in the city that we've had to deal with time and time again. Our folks, one of the things we've done proactively is to put regular patrol checks in our CAD system to remind officers to get in there on a regular basis, particularly at the latter parts of the evening. And it's challenging because we have other calls that we have to go to. Obviously, we have only so many police officers out there on the street at any given time. One of the things that has helped is our IT department has installed much better quality cameras that are able to capture the majority of the parking structure. Our dispatchers have relayed to us that it is very helpful. If you go in there at any time, you could go in there right now. You've seen the gazillion monitors we have in there. And the majority of them are of the parking garage, and they are paying attention to that. And they will often dispatch without even calls coming in because they'll see some of the activity that's going on. But it is very challenging. Some things we could look into is motion sensors that would alert us would be something to look into technologically speaking through that camera system. There is some technology out there, a two-way system in which we can communicate to folks that they might want to vacate because the police are coming, or a pre-recorded message of such. Those kind of things technologically we could look into, maybe do a better job in that, but it is very challenging.
So for public clarification, this item came to us through some teachers at Liberty and their concerns about people that were doing some unsafe behaviors off the top of that, things that were potentially going to injure students or cause other kind of dangers. So the safety issue was the priority for the strategic plan investment. And we initially did receive some reports at the time about what improvements were being made and what kind of stats we were seeing when it comes to the differences of the safety issues and the other crimes happening there. So I think as long as we keep focusing on the safety as the bigger chunk of the change here, and I totally appreciate Mickey, you and your staff having to do the cleanup, and I feel horrible for you, but we are focused on the safety here because there were some very valid concerns about student safety specifically. In addition to people climbing up the side, and I believe there were some barriers put up so that people couldn't do some of the parkouring that they were doing. Is that accurate to say?
I'm trying to think. We did have water-filled barriers in there for a time, especially during the COVID times.
I want to thank Mickey, your department, as well as the police department for its efforts. I know when I was sitting as a temporary judge, there were several times in small claims that I would see, there were usually youth who had hit the little median there on the floor, top floor. There were several other things where people were trying to do the donut, so I'm appreciative of the striping that's there now. And a lot of this is connected with our youth. And unfortunately, until we get a youth development center or more activities for our youth, City Park and our parking lot is our youth development center. I know that's a pretty harsh statement, but it is what it is. But I do find that the lack of something there, I'm really concerned about the climbing on the wall, accessibility for students to go over. It is facing the school for anyone, for safety issues facing the school. And I think this is something that does need to be urgent, and I appreciate all the efforts. I think this is something we need to look into because I do appreciate we live in a city where there are not parking meters everywhere and that we don't have to pay to park to come into the complex. But I don't know where we go from here. And I think it would be good for us to find out. I know Councilmember Mendoza, you've talked to other cities on other issues. I think it would be great for us to talk to other cities about what they do for their parking complexes. I think it would really be helpful for us to find out what they've done to try to take some tips or some suggestions. I don't know if this is happening in other cities, but because we're facing on the side of a school, it is very, very concerning. And because a lot of our students from this school and other neighboring schools come here, it is very deeply concerning for me.
I think we've all have the same concerns. Is most of the stuff late at night?
Yes and no. It really kind of comes in waves.
Okay.
You know, if you asked, I actually asked this to one of my sergeants, or actually the sergeant's group, you know, that are out here doing the work day in and day out. And he said, hey, you know, if you had asked me that, you know, I said, how's activity been at the parking garage lately? And he said, if you'd asked me that 2 weeks ago, I'd have said, what parking garage? You know, and then all of a sudden you're asking me today, they've a lot of activity, you know. Ms. Pearson, you said something about the juveniles being up there. They're really looking for a place to go. Oftentimes we go up there and they're hanging out, you know, and that leads to other things and donuts, and you know how kids are and teenagers. And so most of our contacts, the majority of our contacts is that. Now we do have, obviously, Ms. Meyer, you mentioned, you know, a bottle that was thrown. That was one incident that kind of spurred this whole thing, and clearly that's disturbing, right? We don't want that happening. That's not the norm generally. You know, they're going up, like Mickey said, destroying fire extinguishers, graffiti, you know, just doing those juvenile things. And we do our best to get in there and combat that, and tow cars, cite people, take people to jail if crimes are being committed, if we can get there while they're happening. So.
But I guess my question, so, I mean, my kid's 19 now, she's not 18, but I'm really big on curfews. Like, you always make a curfew. Are these kids out after a curfew, or is it before a curfew, or?
Yeah, there are some after curfew, yes.
Do they get ticketed when they do that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
good, because that's what I told my kids, so I wasn't lying.
I mean, and we also tried, I mean, the follow-up on that is to call their parents and get them involved and let them know what's going on. And hopefully, you know, they, you know, inflict whatever discipline they're going to inflict at home.
Well, if you ever see my kids, you can scare them and call me, that's fine.
Mine too, even though they're adults.
I'd like to also add for dispatch, I did get the opportunity to tour with the chief, and I saw the cameras, and I also saw that they track and follow the person by the facial recognition. The issue is that we're understaffed in our dispatching, and they have a job. If there's a safety call or something that goes on, it makes it really difficult for them. They do an amazing job. But I think that we need to go beyond that. This is just a policing issue, because I don't think that it is just a policing issue. Another thing, they get cited, and their parents, if they're under 18, they have to come with them to court, which is really fun, because then we get to tell on them, so. Yep.
So all of these issues that we're bringing up are very definitely the reason this was prioritized as a strategic plan initiative. But one of the things we talked about, and I haven't heard yet mentioned tonight, was some sort of gate that would close at certain times of day when there was more of an issue. And I know that was a huge investment, but that's one reason we allocated the amount of funds that we did for this.
That's right, and that's how we came up with the rough cost estimate of this, was looking at actually gating, having a fob or some other vehicular access control gate at the second floor. So right after you pass the electric car charging ports, actually have a gate where you can restrict access to the upper floors, as well as restricting access up the elevator and the stairwells as well. That is still on the table. That is the justification for the original cost.
And any timeline on consideration of that, putting it out to bid? Or?
I don't have a timeline on that particular project. It was interesting because speaking to various vendors, a lot of them actually dropped out because they're suffering the same supply shortages, in particular with fencing materials. And we're still seeing that to a certain extent with other products such as cars and trucks and things like that. So.
Are there any ADA accommodations that we'll have to be mindful of providing more handicap spaces on the lower floors if we do a gate on the second floor?
No, that's the reason why we were going to gate off the upper floors, was to leave the lower floors still open to the public.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
This actually does
clarification?
feed into one of the other strategic plan items that we've discussed, and it actually it's not strategic, it's a plan that I told Tim I was going to ask about. The youth center, the property on Guthrie, the update on the discussions with the county regarding an East County Youth Center. There was a list, we all have a list of things that we were wanting an update on, and that was one, but since it feeds right into this discussion, can we get any kind of update on what those discussions with the county are looking like right now?
Yeah, we have that as focus area number 4. I can jump to it now if you'd like, or we can get to it in order, but actually it's 5. We had 2 representatives from Contra Costa County who have the responsibility to assess the expenditure of Measure X funds dedicated to an East County Youth Center. It's approximately $5 million for capital uses and something like $1.5 million ongoing operationally for some long tenure, I don't remember offhand. We took them on a tour of the CD building probably, a month ago, Bruce? They were enamored with the building itself. They were very concerned about its location. They want to serve all of East County, from Pittsburgh all the way over to the unincorporated area on the east. We're concerned that it was not geographically centered in East County. They also expressed a concern that once they start doing some of the data analysis of underserved at-risk youth, dropouts, all the different categories they wanted to look at to really see how a youth center could really laser focus on the youth who really need the programs. They were concerned that Brentwood might not score as well. We did try to reiterate our strength in a city-managed and parks and recreation programming focus. Some of the other candidates may be nonprofits who may not have the same capacity. So we did emphasize our ability to take on a youth center with some additional staff. So at this point, if I understand right, Bruce, they're going to do some of that behind-the-scenes data analysis and then start some stakeholder meetings once they hire a project manager, probably through late spring, and anticipate making some preliminary decisions by summertime. Is that your recollection, Bruce?
Yeah, that sounds right. So we're basically still waiting on the county for those next steps. I can also mention that just this past Saturday at our birthday party, I did talk to a representative of Supervisor Burgess's office, and she did talk to me and say that Supervisor Burgess is really supportive of this youth center in Measure X in Brentwood. So that's, at least we know that and have that as well. So we're still working with the county. We're keeping an eye on it. And as soon as they define a process that we can apply for, that's what we intend to do.
Does did our past survey results get presented as some, that we've already done some research about what people are looking for, families and kids? And
Yes, it was. So when we did the tour, we had the county representatives here. Tim and I did present the information from our survey and some of the data and what we've already done when we went through the process for the tech center. So we did show them that we have put some work in and that the city is committed to a youth center as well. So we shared some of that with them.
okay, thank you.
If there are no other questions about the youth center, since we're on focus area 5, maybe Bruce, just go ahead and continue to provide an update on those other.
I do have another
initiatives.
question about the youth center.
Please.
Thank you. Besides the technology building, what other considerations have been made for this youth center? And second part of that question is, has the CD building been considered to move the senior center there and use the senior center as our youth center?
Approximately 2.5 years ago, we initially looked at the tech center as a location, and the council determined that wasn't a viable site. We looked at, earlier than that, we considered the swap of the senior center to go to the tech center and the youth center become at the senior center. There was some community opposition to that. We looked at, through the strategic planning process, building perhaps a new building at Windsor Way Park, and maybe there were 2 other successor agency-owned parcels that were considered, but when you're building a new building, it's going to cost more than the $5 million to just renovate and operate. So it's going to be $10+ million. So the council didn't prioritize those at the time. So there are potentially other locations that could be assessed. Obviously, I think we'd want to be as competitive as possible if the specific location of the CD building is not viable. I think, though, the data itself may be our most challenging barrier. as opposed to just a location of a building. But certainly other locations could be considered yet.
Thank you.
Just a quick note, one of the significant findings of the survey was that the youth were looking for 2 activities that would require a very high ceiling, and one of them was rock climbing, the other one was indoor basketball. And those results were very telling when it came to the CD building, because it, especially much more than the tech center, has the ability to do those kinds of things. The other thing they mentioned as more of a quality of life and kind of soft skills kind of thing is they were looking for cooking as a class. And so the CD building also has the ability to grow produce. There was space outside for that. And there was also space inside that could have more easily been adapted to a kitchen. So there was some reasons that went into like the tech center not being the best solution based on the specific feedback we got from the students and their families, that the CD building would in turn have met those needs.
I appreciate that institutional knowledge, and since you have it, I want to, do you know if there was any feedback about the senior center being a potential, I mean, considering it's connected to the water park?
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion around that. In fact, some of the senior club members did say they thought it was a fair thing to do. In the end, it was some of the size of it and the scope of it, like it didn't have the same ability to do some of the things like the CD's building would have. And part of it was like, part of the reason for the tech center discussion ending the way it did was the fact that we might have been able to fund the initial redesign of the building. We could not have funded the ongoing operation of it. And we could not have adapted it without spending a huge amount of money to what actually the students had said that they wanted. And part of that was also things like mentoring and job skills. And I mean, all of these other, bringing some nonprofits in to offer tutoring and social skills training and counseling and all these other things. The building just was not able to do what it needed to do for the amount of money that we had and for the ongoing operations costs.
And I think we were surprised at the opposition because we thought about switching it. Like we thought, let's move the seniors over there and the kids over here. It's by the water park, it's by the skate park. And they were not happy with that option.
Thank you.
And then just off the top of my head, there is a building over in the streets, the old REI building that's still doesn't have a tenant for many, many years. Maybe that could be a site we could coordinate something with them. Anyway, just another thought.
How big is that one? Square foot?
It's in excess of 30,000.
Yeah, so it'd be even bigger than what the tech center was. And tech center was about 32,000. The CD building's about 22,000. So it'd be even larger.
And it's got really tall ceilings.
It does. It has very tall ceilings and parking access.
A lot of weight-bearing columns that might be in the way, but I mean, just off the top of our heads.
If we're moving back into Bruce's discussion, I wanted to mention too, one of the strategic plan initiatives that I brought forward was the adaptive programming for adults with disabilities. And the wording on here is a little confusing because it's not specific to adults with disabilities. And we have noted in the past that we've got more availability and access to resources for children with disabilities than we do for adults. And so when that originally came forward, it was with the idea of taking care of the needs of adults with disabilities. And it's not specific to that. I just wanted to make sure that was noted.
Yeah, so I can talk to that one. So adaptive recreation programming. So this particular item was $20,000 that went towards an adaptive recreation assessment report. So we brought on a consultant and they did a report and that was completed last summer and it was brought forward to the Park and Rec Commission for review and acceptance. So we have that report. It's a good report. It has a lot of recommendations for additional adaptive recreation programming. So we are in the process of evaluating that and seeing what feasibly we can do. We have also worked with Be Exceptional, which is a nonprofit organization that has done some programming for us for youth and also for older youth and adults. And they are doing some programming for us. And we've done some fee waivers so that they can use our facilities. So So we have done some things for adult adaptive recreation within the resources that we currently have. We would love to do more. We also know that another nonprofit, Working Wonders, does amazing things here in Brentwood as well. And so some of those things we look for our nonprofits to, if we have the opportunity to have them do contract programs and work with us, we'll look for more ways. But that's kind of where we're at, is that report has been completed and we're evaluating how we can continue to add more resources.
Thank you.
Do you know how soon that report can be presented to council?
I think we could bring it maybe this spring sometime when I have once I get some resources back on board. We have a new recreation manager that's starting February 1st. And so I think we could bring that back. It's the report and we could absolutely bring that back.
Awesome, thank you. And I'm just really excited about the Creekside bathrooms. I can't tell you how many texts I got and like emails and calls about your Creekside bathrooms.
Yes, why don't I just go through the rest of my items here since we're on focus area 5. So yes, the Creekside and Garen Park restrooms, those went through notice of completion this evening. We're excited to get those open. Right now, we are just waiting on the hardscape to be completed. That will be done internally with our parks maintenance staff. We had to wait for the rains to dry out a little bit before we can get that going. Pickleball courts, Creekside Park, that recently went through the Park and Recreation Commission for design and approval. So that one is currently in design, and then we will move that towards construction. Expanded hours of Sunset Park. So this particular item was brought to the Park and Recreation Commission as there were some considerations that we wanted to make sure through the operations and let them know about the hours and that type of thing. And actually, when we brought that to the Park and Rec Commission, they had several concerns that they raised regarding actually opening the park. In addition to that, it was the timing where we had quite a bit of vandalism at Sunset Park as well. Some of the concerns that were raised were we already have challenges with our sports turf at Sunset Park, and there was a worry about additional use on the fields, that would really impact the use for the fields with our sports user groups, and some other things as well. So the recommendation was to bring that back to City Council, and we have not had a chance to do that yet. It was during our summer season. So if the council would like to see that come back for more consideration, we can certainly bring that back to talk about some more. But our Parks and Rec Commission actually voted 5-0 to not make a recommendation to open that Sunset Park.
I have a question about that. It makes sense to me, like people are impacting the grass and they got to play. And then if the grass isn't safe, then kids get hurt when they're playing. Knowing that, if I recall correctly, the new soccer fields, Sand Creek and Fairview, we were looking at a play structure there. Do you think that maybe the play structure, should we even have a play structure when it's specifically for something else? Because it's kind of, the kids see it, they're driving around, they want to go in, and then we pay for it, our taxes pay for it. Is that maybe something we should consider not having at the Sand Creek Sports Complex?
So the Sand Creek Sports Complex, actually, a good segue for that is January 31st, we have our first community outreach meeting to get feedback from our residents on the design of Sand Creek Sports Complex. They will be presenting 3 different options of layout of the sports fields and the kind of the park amenities that go with that. Those options right now do include kind of like that community park in addition to the fields. So it is in there, but we will get feedback from our residents, whether that's something they would like to see in that park, or if it's an item that is not needed. So we will get more feedback on January 31st.
Yeah, I know Santa
regarding that.
Clara was working on theirs, and they're not including the playground equipment. And that's kind of one of the reasons they're not doing it either, just because of the fields and, you know, you lock it up and then they can't play. So.
The idea of it being absolutely locked, this Sand Creek Sports Complex, we're still evaluating whether it is one that is locked or it's open. The fields themselves will have barriers around them so that like vehicles can't drive onto the fields and do donuts and that kind of thing. So it also keeps the soccer balls from, going out of bounds and into the parking lots and that kind of thing. So.
Bruce, before we move from item one, could you give me some kind of ballpark on the completion of the pickleball courts? I think I get more calls about
Yeah.
interested residents than anything else, and maybe everything else combined.
I wonder if Aaron can come and maybe give the schedule for that. It is coming.
Yes, thank you. Excellent question that we also received many calls about. And we're right on a great schedule. So the design firm has the approved conceptual from the Park and Rec Commission, 3-4 weeks in their possession. So we're looking at a construction documents and a complete plan any day now. I'll say within a week or two. As soon as we have that official conceptual, the construction documents, it'll go out to bid. So you're looking at 30 days out so let's say it goes out February, out on the street for 30 days. It's not a very big construction job because it's converting that existing basketball court. So time of construction shouldn't be very long. So you're looking at April, May, definitely towards the spring timeframe, should be able to break ground and play some pickleball.
I think I just heard screaming and dancing and yelling all the way
boards?
from the paddle boards clapping. Thank you so much for that.
Absolutely.
Aaron, since you're there, can you also give an update on the trail enhancements?
Oh, perfect. Excellent. The trail enhancement project that our past park planner was heading up 6 to 9 months ago. Since he left, I've organized a re-meet with the ad hoc committee. So at the last Park and Rec Commission meeting, we took that item and they full-heartedly recommended continuing with the ad hoc and the project, which is $37,000 set aside for amenities on the trails, whether that's exercise equipment or cooling stations, and most importantly, the wayfinding signage. So we actually have a meeting tomorrow. And then as of February 16th, we'll have a new park planner starting that'll take this project and run with it. So the ad hoc committee will make a decision on what amenities that'll be. And then as of the middle of February, we'll start with that project. So the trail enhancement should take place over the next couple months.
And finally, the last one I have on here is the development of the amphitheater. So I'd like to just give an update on the amphitheater project as well. So currently the amphitheater the 30% design is complete. And right now we are going through the environmental process. So the supplemental EIR process is underway. And in fact, the notice of preparation is ready. And we plan to bring this to our February 21st Planning Commission meeting for the community scoping meeting for this. The EIR process we're looking at adoption around September. And then from there, once that's adopted, then we can move into design and construction. So I think as far as the plan goes, we are looking at bringing on a contractor for design towards the end of this year with construction starting early next year for the amphitheater. And I think that concludes Focus Area 5.
Great. So if no other questions about Focus Area 5 or any changes, et cetera, we'll go back to number 2, and that's police services with their enhanced community outreach efforts.
Okay. Where's that at? Yeah. There's a lot of engagement going on when it comes to this particular topic. And one of the coolest things we did, and with council's approval, was to create a community engagement officer position. And Officer Lockridge has done an awesome job engaging the community, whether it's the youth or our seniors. And you may have noticed one of the things, the hometown Halloween and the face painting and that went on with our police officers was really cool. Our SROs have done a good job of engaging the kids at the schools, playing basketball with them, visiting the classrooms, and reading stories in the classrooms with the kids. Officer Lockridge is continually bringing groups through the police department for tours and engaging them. A lot of Girl Scout troops have come through, and continually looking for ways to engage them in that way. The seniors, we've also gone to a couple of the Somerset areas there and have had put on public safety fairs for them, and hosted community panels in which they can ask questions. The main thing we see with our older folks is some of the fraud that takes place, that become the victim of these cold calls and get them to send money to them. And it's really kind of educating them. And we've had a real good turnout for that. Prior to me being in this position, Captain Silva was part of that panel as well, and had said that was a really good thing that we'll continue to do with those folks as well. The engaging the mentally ill. One of the goals is to completely train our entire patrol staff with CIT training. That's crisis intervention training. Where we can better respond. We didn't talk about that, when I got into this profession 20 plus years ago. That's obviously the idea, to come into a situation and de-escalate. That's a big catchphrase nowadays, but it's really what we should be doing and should have been doing all along. POST, our police officer standards and training, provides a lot of training where we can get our folks to not just a one-day course, but a 2, 3, 4-day course on CIT trained and how to talk to folks who might be suffering from some kind of mental illness, whether it's autism or the like, and do a better job of communicating. So our goal is to get 100% in there. I don't have the number about how many we have trained at this point, but we'll get there. And as far as our unsheltered population, part of one of the strategic initiatives, which I'm glad that you all approved that tonight, was to the reclassification of this senior CSO position. One of the things with that issue has obviously grown over the years, with the time, effort, money that it costs to go. This issue, I can remember back to probably 2015, 2016, when we really started seeing it kind of develop. And we were able to, Sergeant Peart, who's our liaison at this point, was appointed to deal with that particular issue at the time. And he wasn't spending a whole lot of time doing that. And it's morphed into, as you saw in the report, probably 50% of his time is spent dealing with homelessness, encampments, and the cleanups. It takes a lot of time and effort to do that. Well, that's time and effort away from also his ability to do his other duties, which is traffic. He supervises our traffic bureau, all of our patrol community service officers, as well as our school resource officers in providing the training for the active shooter and all that's been going on in the school district. So it takes away from that. And when he's dealing with those other duties, that's less time he's out able to deal with the homeless encampments and the cleanups and all that. So having this additional senior CSO to kind of be the quarterback there, Sergeant Pierce is not going away, but that's going to help us get to those folks a lot quicker and field some of those complaints and those concerns that are going on in the city. So that's a challenging issue, as you know. We could probably spend all night trying to figure that out. So I haven't quite figured that out yet. So we're doing a better job there. We did create an app. I don't know how many of you are aware of, but an app that does track kind of where our homeless folks are. The cops our police officers can go on scene, get the person's information in there, find out what services have already been offered, and if they've refused, if they've not. It kind of gives us a gauge of where they're at. So that's been beneficial, kind of where folks are congregating. So that's a really cool feature on all of our officers have on their phones. We continue to work with CORE and to provide services and have them come out as much as possible. Obviously that's a county group that provides help to these folks out there. And as much as they can get out and try to get them plugged into the system and get the housing or the services that they need. Tomorrow we're hosting tomorrow morning, in fact, the pit count, the point in time count, where the county's going to come out. And I think Ms. Vice Mayor, I think you were planning on going to that, right, as well. So I think you've participated in the past with that. And so trying to get a gauge of where we're at in the county with our homeless population. So we're continuing to work on that, each and every day.
Is there any work since we're in police services, I do know the very end of this is to make the connections and to provide support for the unsheltered. But as we all know, the unsheltered includes a large drug population. Specifically, I had a resident who contacted me who visited one of their family members in an encampment area here in Brentwood, and realized that a large population of the people there had issues with crystal meth and have been provided some services and connections with methadone clinics. Is the department doing anything to provide not just we're looking at homelessness, but we're also looking at drug issues, to provide resources and services to that population?
Yeah, those are offered every time we go out there. The issue is them, wanting to get that help and getting them plugged in, and they have to be willing to seek that out, and that's been the challenge.
And I might have missed this, but I just want to say thank you. I hear so much about your officers at the schools. And I follow them on Instagram, and the cornhole, like all the kids love it. So thank you. And thank you for attending all of the community events, because you guys are everywhere. I don't know how you do it, but you're everywhere. So I really appreciate it. And I know the community appreciates it too. So thank you.
Yeah, I can't stress enough how incredible Officer Lockridge has been in that community engagement role. You see her on social media. I'm not a big social media guy. My kids know it better. I can mess with an iPhone, but Instagram, Facebook, all that. She's amazing. Really amazing, and keeps us on our toes all the time, and we're happy to do that. And it's actually really helped our officers. At the end of the day, this is a uniform. It's a job. We put this on, and but a lot of us do live in this community. And my 3 kids went through all the schools here. You talk about the Bristow. They weren't able to partake in that theater as well, but Heritage and so on. But so it is important, and she's really kind of. We have our cops are taking photos. If you come to our police department, she's put up photos, and a lot of them are photos of children that our cops are engaging with. So if you get a chance, please come to the briefing area. She surrounded our entire briefing area with these huge posters of just these phenomenal pictures of the engagement that's taking place. So thank you for that recognition, and a lot of it goes to her.
Great, thank you, Captain. We'll move into Focus Area 3, Economic Development, with some brief updates on progress so far. Darren?
Great. So thank you, Mayor and council members. Excited to talk about some economic development. We did talk about probably one of the biggest one, which is the sale of the tech center to Golden State Orthopedics. Why do I say that's big? They will be our single largest private employer within the city of Brentwood. So it's a big deal. They also plan on bringing a new MRI machine, which will provide additional services and additional unsecured property tax dollars to assist us with financially with the city. So excited about that project closing on the 31st. In addition to us encouraging private reinvestment through the sale of successor agency and city-owned parcels, we did receive approval to sell the right-of-way portion of the Los Mexicanos property and on Brentwood Boulevard. Mickey's Public Works staff is working on hopefully pretty soon being able to either come back to the council or work within his existing budget to tear down that building, which has been an eyesore for many years. And so excited about that, as that Department of Finance signed off on it. Next, as it relates to sale of properties, we'll be working on Walnut and Central. That's the properties directly behind Albertsons. I will tell you that that property is within the specific plan, and it's very broad in its uses. It could be anything from residential to commercial uses on that site. So we will see what happens. And with successor agency parcels, we don't have the ability to say yes or no to the type of development. We will be forced to sell the property once we go out to sell to kind of the highest bidder. But we'll be back for the city council, and we'll work through that process. We also have an affordable housing developer interested on the Jane Way property. So hopefully we'll see some discussions going that way.
Just for clarification, Darren, did you mean Safeway?
See, I said Albertsons.
You did.
Sorry.
It's
Safeway.
owned by
Yeah.
Albertsons.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for the clarification.
I just knew I was going to get a call about that.
Yes.
Darren, on the sale of the successor agency properties, do we have any discretion whatsoever? Is there criteria, or is it purely the highest bidder?
Purely kind of the highest bidder.
Thank you.
But we are actively working to try to identify developers that are interested, that we believe would be a good additions, and working with them. So we're not hiring a realtor and putting it out on realtor.com to try to sell. We're identifying, we'll let people know that we'll follow the state law, but we're actively identifying developers. I mean, to put into perspective, we have contacted over this last year well over 100 different developers and end users for the Innovation Center. So that has given us a great list of folks who are actively looking to develop, not just here in the East Bay, all over the state and all over the nation.
Thank you.
As it relates to Brentwood Boulevard and the downtown areas, one exciting project is again, within the specific plan, properties could be used for residential or non-residential uses. We've been working with one of the multifamily developers who is willing to set aside acreage for some type of non-residential projects. That doesn't impact us as it relates to state law for residential, since both could be used, but they're looking at possibly setting aside a portion of their project for a retail center along Brentwood Boulevard if we can find users. So we're currently actively working with a broker and with the landowner, and we're excited that they were even willing to have the discussion with us, and I'm excited about that. So that's one. As it relates to enhancing the city's marketing and economic development programs, and I will say that the first one, we are where we are today because those were early implementations. The tech center, we would not be where we were today if that wasn't implemented early through the council's direction. And then as it relates to just awareness and prioritizing activities that displays the city's effort, including new retail and commercial developments, we continue to work with Streets of Brentwood to identify a possible user for the former REI building that continues to stay vacant. Every time I drive by that, I think of who can we get in there. But there are a variety of different projects that are proposed. As you know, we have a hotel user that is closed on the property in the Streets of Brentwood Brentwood, and we also have another large non-residential commercial user that's looking at kind of the last largest remaining parcel within the streets of Brentwood that would be an office user, which we believe would be complementary to what's currently there. And they tell us that they hope to, or they have a letter of intent signed, and they're hoping to have the property in contract very soon. So excited about that, and then excited about lots of other projects. Lucky Dog Brewery coming to the city that I hear a lot of people excited
Lazy.
about. Sorry, I said Lucky, Lazy. Lazy Dog, Jolly Bees, I think Wendy's, Popeyes, which I've heard a couple of council members like Councilmember Mendoza. And but very excited about what's going on and continuing to see the economy improve and hopefully bringing new employers like Golden State Orthopedics, more employers like Golden State Orthopedics to the city of Brentwood.
Can you clarify for me? I'm sorry, who, the letter intent and the potential for the closing, was that for the REI building or was that for some?
So that is for the large undeveloped parcel that would be on what would that be, the northeast section of the streets of Brentwood property.
Also, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just wondering, the REI building, I've heard that it's because there's no door on the west side. Is that true?
That's one of the things that we continue to hear. I think our community development director would say that's something that could very easily be solved is when we talked with one of their brokers the other day. So we actively speak with the folks out of Chicago who own the building, their local property management firm, and the folks that they have contract to sell their parcels.
Because I'm thinking like they're probably worried about the investment. And I mean, do people worry about how much it costs to do it? Or is it just... yeah, that's what I was like, how much does it cost to do? I mean, do you want to use some of the 1.6? Like, I mean, what does it take to get someone to just do a door on that side so that it could attract
One
someone?
of the challenges with our incentive program is as soon as we offer any city money, they now have to pay prevailing wages. So sometimes they do a cost-benefit analysis and say, it's going to cost me 30% more just to get a little bit of money from the city. It's not even worth it, right? But that would be an easy fix if that would solve job creation and retail sales tax dollar generation. Fix a door.
I will get grilled if I don't ask about these two businesses coming into town because I think every week I get at least 3 or 4 calls. Chick-fil-A and Arby's. And so those are just two things. If you put them on the list, I don't, now I've done my due diligence because I'll get calls.
We will reach out to both. For your information, Chick-fil-A has submitted an application to the city of Antioch to go into the former Mimi's Cafe along Lone Tree. So unfortunately, it'll be in Antioch and they'll receive the financial benefits, but obviously we'll see many of the traffic-related issues along Lone Tree.
And I'd still personally like to see a plank. If you haven't been there, it's in Oakland. It's fantastic.
Absolutely, we'll reach out to them.
I already
And I would
did, but
encourage
they
all
didn't answer me.
residents. Yeah, all residents, if they ever have any ideas, send it to us. We love to reach out to these businesses and tell them why business is better in Brentwood.
All right, we'll go to Alexis for focus area 4, and you heard about some of those already tonight.
Yes, thank you. I'm excited to give you an update on your small but mighty community development department. We're very busy. Tonight, thank you very much for giving us direction on item number 1. So we're underway with that. And as we mentioned earlier, we'll be coming back to you at different points in time with the different phases of that project. The number 2 is something we will be bringing back this summer. So our efforts on this last year were primarily focused on Measure Q, the Open Space Initiative. And so what we'll be bringing back this summer is the whole section of the general plan with an update on progress either made or needs to be made on each one of the items in the element, and some very rough cost estimates about what it would take to implement those items and looking for council direction on that. So that'll be a big item coming this summer. The third item is going to kick off this fall with the city manager's office, the assistant city manager. I don't know if he knows that yet since we put this in the specific plan before he started. But this is really it's on our strategic initiative, but it's really about the whole general plan, which touches every department in the city. So this is going to require coordination with every department. We'll kick off this fall and really put together a nice sort of report card or check-in with the public on where the city is on their general plan. And then that's something we will update every 2 years. So the funds are allocated for that, and we'll kick that off this fall. That's another big project, because as you can imagine, how many policies and implementation steps are in that entire general plan. So we have to find a way to package this and have it be meaningful for the public. Number 4, the housing element. I sent the council a brief update email about that last week. It is all housing element all the time in the planning division. We are completely up to our elbows in that. So there will be meetings February, March, maybe May on our housing element. So we'll be coming back to council for a couple different items related to the housing element. And planning commission, and also we have to go to planning commission because it's technically a general plan amendment. So there'll be many meetings on the housing element coming up before June.
Question on 2A, or more of a conversation, actually. As you know, we've heard from 4CL, Contra Costa County climate leaders about our rankings in the county in this area, and our ranking has decreased a bit. And they've been in kind of regular contact to make sure that this is still on our radar. But I want to make sure that we're staying in communication with them and giving them updates about our scheduling here.
Yeah, Eric's been reaching out
Great.
and touching base with them. And once we have a hearing date for this, we'll certainly touch base.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll jump to focus area number 6. And this is more internal minutia for our internal department services, but turn to Sakari for number 1 and Carrie for number 2.
Hold on. Thank you. Okay. So the classification and compensation study is currently underway. Last week, we had our informational sessions with the employee groups. They went well. And we have created a webpage that has a lot of the information on there for the employees. So it just keeps them updated on where we are. So I'm excited about it. It is it's going to take the entire organization to get through this. And we estimate about 9 to 12 months to have this completed.
Good evening. I'll be brief with my updates. The first half this year, IS has been focused on obviously the council chambers and in putting together some of the technology for the parking garage. So these 2 items are really things that we're looking for in the back half of this fiscal year and next fiscal year. So there's no specific updates on either of those 2 items in terms of progress thus far.
So those are our updates on our current strategic plan. And if there are any other clarifications you'd like to make to any language or words, or would like additional updates, we can certainly schedule those and come back with those.
Just a conversation. I think this is for Alexis regarding the open space. In the, just wanted to make sure that we stay in contact with the HCP regarding their areas of priority. I know some of the areas for the Habitat Conservancy, they do have an overlay that shows Brentwood's areas of priority for the habitat, and may be able to get some funding through that area as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that, yes.
Mr. Mayor, before you go into council discussion on this item, you may wish to take public comment. I don't believe there's any hands raised, but I don't know if there's any speaker cards.
Thank you. If there are no more clarifying questions of staff, we will open public comment at this time. Margaret.
We'll take public comments in the council chambers, followed by Zoom. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I received no written public comments on this item prior to the meeting. And I have no hands raised in Zoom and no speaker cards have been submitted.
Okay, at this time, we will close public comment and move into council discussion or motion if there's no further discussion.
I do have one discussion item as to item 4B. And if it's possible for the presentation that was put up to show 4B again on the screen. On the slides. I think it's 4B in the, thank you, over here. And I had a chance to look at the focus area. I think it was 5 last time, but now it's 4. I think
What's the name of it?
I'm sorry. 4B, focus area 5, 4B, it's up there, the pursue Measure X funding for renovate CD building for a youth center. I would like to just have a dialogue about changing the language here to say something less specific. I am a little concerned that if the county does not come back with CD as a viable option, that we're kind of starting back at ground zero again. And so I would like to suggest or recommend that we change the language to just say pursue Measure X funding for a youth center. And the reason why I think that I like that in addition is because it doesn't pigeonhole us to just CD as a potential youth center, but we can also direct staff or make other suggestions for other locations to look at as alternative viable options for our youth center.
I think that's good. I think we should look at all of our options. My concern is I don't think it's the location that's a problem for the county. I think it's our demographic and our average income.
Yeah.
That's the problem for the county. I think that we're going to have to do a lot to convince them. I mean, the good thing is, not the good thing, but you know, it's near La Paloma. That's where kids from Oakley and, you know, some from Antioch, Brentwood, Byron, Knightson, like all the kids who, you know, might be struggling a little bit are at La Paloma. So this would be the best location for them to have access for services, which I think that's the one good thing about it being the city. It's fine, we can take out the city center, but I think it's more than just the location with the youth center.
I agree. And I did talk to our chief about the potential for the PALs to provide transportation or support to the youth center. And he said, you know, it being right next door to the police department, they wouldn't foresee it being any problems having it there and would welcome it and think it would be a great alternative. And I think you're right, with it being right next to La Paloma, that would be awesome. But I agree that we are not the demographic that the county is looking for. But I do think outside of county support, we still need to find out and figure out a place for our youth center. So I know it says Measure X funding. I'd like us to have another line, like we just need to get a youth center. So.
And the other option would also be, what I've been hearing from other cities is that we're so focused on a youth center and youth are at school during the day and then, you know, they use the youth center at night. So we might want to look at something like a multi-purpose where the seniors use it during the day and then the youth use it at night. So maybe something broader like that in the next go around. I mean, I don't think we're doing strategic items now and funding options now, but that might be something we can look at later on outside of the Measure X funding. Looking at our projections, I don't know when we're gonna have money for that, Carrie.
About 1.6 on January 31st.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, I'm hoping Measure X could come through, but, you know, also making it a little broader in the future, maybe will open us up for more grants if it is a multi-purpose and find a way to flex the space. Because again, I mean, the seniors use it during the day, the kids use it at the night, and there's no reason why we can't use that same space to accommodate 2 different groups in the city.
And the affordability for the expansion of the senior center, which could feed right into what you're talking about, is
That's
a lot
true.
less than some of the other options being considered as well.
Yeah, and you could build to suit. I mean, basketball courts, you know, have floor. They can use that space for activities during the day.
So if the council is in agreement with that change, that would give staff a little more flexibility to pitch any potential facilities, city-owned or otherwise, just to make sure we can try to land that $5 million grant and $1.5 million ongoing for operational costs, whatever it would take to land that site in Brentwood if it's feasible.
Yeah,
do we need a vote on that, or do we just need general consensus?
A vote to make any changes to the current strategic plan, and that would give us more flexibility to exhaust all options.
Okay, so
I
do
haven't
we,
made a motion yet, though.
correct. So do we,
Hold on. The light's on. for Damien.
If I can clarify what I think the council would be doing, it's actually a two-step process. Because your strategic initiative was adopted by resolution, it can only be amended by resolution. And so you'll need to come back with a resolution with the formal changes, but tonight you can make a motion to direct staff to come back with a resolution with the following changes, whatever those might be. It sounds like right now it's to change focus area 5, number 4B to read, pursue Measure X funding for a youth center. I think that if I understood what you were saying, Councilmember Pearson, something to that effect, your motion would be.
That's exactly my motion. Do I need to repeat what you just said? Thank you.
And I'll second that.
Just say what he said.
Yeah, what he said.
we have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Okay, and does that fulfill the entirety of that? Okay.
Unless there are any other changes, now's your time to speak, and if not, we'll continue to pursue these with vigor, and we'll continue to provide updates on these to the public through our, if they go to the front page of the city website, there's one of the big buttons that says strategic plan. If they click on that, that'll take them to this plan and the prior 2 years, 2 plans. And then just below that is a table that is updated monthly, every 2 months, with the latest updates from staff about the initiatives themselves.
Terrific. So at this time, we will move into items E1, request for future agenda items. If you have a new agenda request, please raise your hand or turn your light on, and I will. Vice Mayor Meyer.
I would like to explore the practice of when staff reports have significant projects, policy updates, and they mention previous council meetings that could potentially feed into the discussion or help clarify the voting process, that we include a hyperlink to the specific meeting that's being referenced.
So hyperlink to prior, the video itself or of the agenda itself or both?
The video.
The video, okay. Prior council meetings when they're referred. So sometimes we have a,
And I think, and I see where you're going with this, because there are times we've got like 10 different steps
Yes.
that, in history. I think the most recent would probably be appropriate. I mean, I think that's up for discussion, but in my mind, when I'm thinking about this, I think some of the more recent discussions that have happened that could potentially clarify things for a future vote would be helpful to be linked. And I say that too, because there's some items that have, like there just isn't some clarity about when the discussion was, when it was first mentioned on agenda, new item versus when it came back and that kind of thing.
Okay. I have a request also. I would like to bring back the opportunity to discuss having the city present the opportunity to our community to come together and listen to residents such as our seniors, some of our seniors who have potentially a lot to teach us as a community as far as history and civil rights, human rights, different things like that, that we provide an opportunity, possibly in the community center, or maybe once a year, twice a year, where
Do you mean like a speaker series?
like a speaker series. Thank you so much for that. Like a speaker series for some of our residents that, Brentwood has so many amazing people that live here. I think we would be remiss not to take advantage of their wisdom and their experience to help us become benefited from that, but also wise enough not to repeat some past issues that we would have experience and education on. I don't know how to really word this other than a speaker series. Yes, if your assistance, Damien, would be great to help.
I believe that, Mr. Mayor, you articulated it well, and I suspect the city manager knows what you're saying, and that the staff will come back at your next meeting to discuss whether or not council expects to spend staff time and resources on the item.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other future agenda item requests?
Well, I just formulated one. And I would like to see if it's possible to direct staff to check into the REI building at the streets of Brentwood as a secondary backup source for our youth center if CD does not work. So, well, even if it does, just to look into it as a potential backup, a feasibility study, cost-benefit analysis would be really good.
Yes, we can bring that back as a future agenda item, or based on the direction just given the strategic plan, we will use that as direction already to go and check out that as an option if you'd like. And then if we find it's a viable option, we'll come back with all the details about what the lease rate may be, what the terms may look like, and then see if we need additional council authority to proceed on taking that to the county for a considerable site.
Well, before we make it a future agenda item, if we just take direction from the strategic plan, how soon could I expect to hear back from staff on that? Otherwise, I'd like to keep it as an agenda item because I know it'd be on the upcoming.
We'll keep it as an
radar.
agenda item then.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
If there are no further future agenda item requests, do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff, for your great presentations and work tonight.
This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you.